There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We had a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This was very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Lovely.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one.
It's actually very complicated at higher levels.
Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes!
Nerd, I understand that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already, palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Cranling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Okay, this is too much, I'm out of it.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players.
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me, because another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
Last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
El Manito.
I'm gonna climb it off! Sorry. So hard. Okay, great.
Is it over? Why
Alright,
are you
I'm
still
good.
here?
It's not going through!
Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Artist stars.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas.
Andreas! We have you here!
We had a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This was very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one. It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The legendary Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players.
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah. I know.
Me too.
Who's gonna climb it off?
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party stars.
What are you doing?
What is this? There's a little hat. Yes. Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one. It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful! And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand initiating.
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it. I'm out. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Hello everyone, how are we doing today? I am not Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer, but I try to be him, alright? Today, I'm gonna do my best Grandmaster Hammer impression. I've got big boots to fill. In fact, his shoe size is like massive. He doesn't need skiing equipment, basically. That's how big the shoes are. That's how big the shoes are I need to fill. Also, look at this. Look what happened here. I had the camera ready to go, set up, and now what is going on? Why is it all... Alex! We're gonna fix this, but before we fix it, we're gonna put on some music. It's upside down, it's all turned around, but we have everything under control. Almost everything under control. Let me know if you can hear me well, by the way, and also please let me know if the music is alright. I've just turned on some classical music provided by Ludwig. This is an awesome playlist that we're gonna be listening to send Alex all the good vibes. My name is Anna, by the way. I'm one of Alex's best friends, so I may not be the best coach and commentator out there in terms of Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer. He's an amazing coach, amazing caster, but I am bringing on the best friend vibes today. It is the last round of the Reykjavik Open presented by Coinbase. I hope you're having an amazing Tuesday because we need to root for Alex. This is it. Unfortunately, the game for today, we'll talk about it with Hammer, doesn't have a lot of high stakes for Alex in terms of rating or beating a higher rated opponent. Yesterday, she had an amazing chance. She was winning. She had a winning position against a really strong opponent. If only yesterday. If only. But she's getting stronger, wiser, smarter, and less rusty. Because honestly, that's what happens to us chess players who don't play for a long time. That you get rusty as heck. So the rust is getting off. She's gonna be ready for her next tournament, but we need this W for the last game to finish on a high note and to fix the camera. I'm gonna, let's see, turn this around. We also see Dina, and we'll be checking on Dina's game as well. She's crushing it. She has already slayed 2 Grandmasters in this tournament, and the performance, the rating gain, she is doing incredibly well. So we'll be definitely checking on also Dina's game. And now let me see, how can I fix this camera angle that we've got from Alex. I mean, we could all have our heads like this, or sorry, like this. That would be a way to fix it. Or, ideally, I could rotate it and have it upside down, which is a lot better. Now we just need to be on handstand. This is so much better, isn't it? Isn't it so much better? All right, let's see. Can we turn it further? Hi, Dina. We've got this. It's somewhere here. I know it's somewhere here. There we go! Alex! Let's go! She's there! We're gonna zoom in. Let me zoom in further. Yeah, this is a bit of a vertical camera setup, but never mind. We go with what we have. We go with the flow. Let me know how loud or low is Vivaldi right now. The winter soundtrack by Vivaldi, and this amazing playlist, copyright-free playlist by Ludwig, which we're gonna be listening to today. How does that look? Let me know. Are we good? What do you think? What do you think? We've got Miss Alexandra Botez there with the black pieces against Eugenio Buzzoni from Germany. He is an unrated player, but his rating performance is literally 2133. I put it there in brackets just to put it in context. Unrated player who is playing nearly at the 2200 level. Not a pleasant opponent, may I say. And I just need to refresh the board as well. For some reason, I haven't been seeing the moves on this board, but I'm almost there. I think I have now the current position and the time situation as well. Oh, what is happening? It's the French defense, and we're gonna see it from Alex's perspective, of course. I'm just wondering, before we get into the details of the opening, I'm curious what is going on right now in the playing hall. What happened? Hi, Alex! She's waving to us, that's what happened. She just wanted to make sure that all of you know that she's really grateful that you are rooting for her, that you have been supporting her throughout the Reykjavik Open or any other future events, whether it's chess or poker or Andrea's boxing match. I'm so hyped, by the way, by the boxing match. It's amazing to have you guys as such a supportive member of BotezLive, regardless of what their goals, their objectives of the ladies are. Chess, poker, boxing, IRL. You're always there for them. So thank you so much. A huge round of applause to all of you watching on Twitch, on the front page of Twitch as well. Hello, if you haven't seen Alex yet. She's amazing. She's like the smartest friend I have. She's smart, she's funny, she's beautiful, she's got it all. I tried to propose to her, but it didn't go well. Anyway, you guys are amazing. And we're gonna be rooting for Alex to make sure that she finishes the tournament on a high note. I might, let's see, is this camera angle okay? Let me know if it's all right like this. Do you need any adjustments with the music, camera, board? If we are all set tech-wise, we're gonna get started. But for the opening review and to know what is Alex's preparation, we're gonna get some help. Who do you want me to call? Who do you think would be the best person to hop on a phone call with and ask, are we good prep-wise? The French defense is my favorite opening, so I already know this is a great start. But who could get us even better, more profound insights than the one and only coach? So let's see if I can jump on a call with the one, the only Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. Hello?
Hi.
Hammer time! The chat is going crazy because you're here! They thought I replaced you. How could I replace you? I hope you can hear me. I'm so sure my microphone
Yeah, no,
is
I
working.
can hear you. I just don't know.
You didn't expect that welcome.
That.
That's alright.
Yeah, no. Too much.
Yes, chat, we did it! We managed to leave Hammer speechless! We did it! Hammer, thank you for joining! Please let the chat know why I'm here and not you. But you're here too, so I mean, I guess that now no one can say anything. We're both here.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I can't do commentary today, people, because I have work starting in 2 hours. So I could technically have done the first 2 hours, but then you guys would have been upset with me when I left the board just running.
Mid-game.
So
Could
we
be
got
like the
Anna
most
instead.
exciting moment in the middle game, and then I'm sorry. Bye. That's awesome though that you joined us, even though you have other commitments in just about 2 hours. Please let us know. Are we good in terms of the preparation? We could take it from move 1 on. I haven't talked about the game yet. I was more busy with the camera and the vertical cam that we got from Alex today. E for E6. I'm loving it. The French is the best.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to encourage Alexandra into going for the Sicilian, but right before the tournament started, she was like, "No, I am not doing the Sicilian." And so we tried working on this line in the French that has a really good reputation for white. And coincidentally, that's precisely the line this Eugenio guy plays. But before that, I gotta tell you the story about how we're doing the prep.
How are you doing the prep?
Especially when playing against an unrated player.
Yeah. Please put that into context for those who are not that familiar with competitive chess. Like, how annoying is this? That Alex's opponent, nearly 2200 performance, but unrated. So what is it there for Alex to play for today?
Yeah, so Alexandra can't really win rating. When you play an unrated opponent, the good news is that you don't lose rating if you lose, but you also don't win rating if you win.
Yeah.
And it's especially unfortunate because she's playing like a 2100, and getting a win here would be massive with the black pieces, but you don't get rewarded for it. And so when you don't get kind of the reward you deserve if you were to make an upset win, then you're less motivated just going into the game.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the case with unrated opponents. So this is the situation. But to motivate Alex, what did you tell her? To tell her that this matters, she needs to finish on a high note. Tell us what was the pep talk like, and then the chess move preparation.
Everything you just said probably would have been clever.
Is that not what you said?
No, I said...
Say?
I said, you know, this sucks. And, you know, we swore. I swore, she swore.
Hammer motivational time.
And then what happened is, first I checked his LinkedIn, and he's some kind of math whiz in Germany.
Oh my god.
Well, because when you're an unrated player, you can't really find too many games, right?
Yeah, and you take what you can. So even LinkedIn was part of the preparation.
Yeah,
that's amazing. I love it.
But actually, by searching his name, what happened is that some website who covers esports earnings, apparently he had played in an online tournament using his real name.
And that tournament.
So by doing that, I figured out his chess.com username, even though his name was not on that account.
Detective work by Granos to Hammer. Now that's what we love to see by a coach. Oh my god, how long it took you to go through from his LinkedIn to this esports tournament and then finding his account?
It's all part of the job. But the problem is he had almost no games on chess.com.
No games. Where does he play? Or does he have like multiple accounts, you think?
So I thought maybe he plays on Lichess, but on Lichess you cannot search for players' names.
Oh, I see.
So what I did is that I checked the same username he had on chess.com and checked that username on Lichess.
Wow. Did that work?
It worked beautifully. He had like 5,000 games. And so we knew everything he plays.
Oh my god, how did you do that? I cannot believe it. This is some James Bond level action right there, guys. If the prep works out, by the way, I'm gonna show the current position, but we'll go through it move by move now that we know all the details of how Hammer and Alex got this intel. Tell us more.
Yeah.
2000 IQ Hammer, exactly. Sherlock Hammer, I'm loving it. Hammer CIA agent. Hammer hacked the game. What happened after you found those 5,000 or so games?
Well, it meant that we could pretty much predict the first 8 moves of the opening, and we did.
The first 8 moves, and now we are on move 9. So this could still be Alex's preparation, right? If the first move... The first 8 moves were good.
The move she just made is not preparation, but it's because his move was out of preparation as well.
Okay, let's go through move by move. For those that are not familiar with the French defense, can you tell us in a little more detail about this variation that he always plays?
Yeah, so knight c3 is a sensible move, defending the pawn on e4. We try to attack that pawn with our knight. Then that gives white the opportunity to push forward, but we actually don't really mind white pushing forward because now white loses the pressure between the pawns in the center, and then we will try to attack the base of the pawn chain, which in this case is the pawn on d4. So we're going to try to put as many pieces as possible attacking the d4 square. We start out by going c5, and then we go knight c5, knight c6. And basically this is very strategically tricky opening. And I think in general this is great for white if you know what you're doing. But it's also so strategically tricky that it's easy to kind of get confused and get tricked. And so what we had planned here is that Eugenio, he often goes with plans where he goes castling queenside, or when he captures the pawn on c5. So by going this bishop e7 b6 line,
I love this line. I used to play this too all the time as black.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult for white to face because all of your normal plans are suddenly awful.
Yeah.
So if white castles here, then you go c4.
Exactly, I was gonna ask you to show it because this was one of my favorite lines when I competed too, because if it's exactly what Hammer was saying, if you go for the usual plan, and he usually would go castle queenside, then you run into this massive attack on the queenside. We haven't even castled as black, but we are ready to storm with our pawns and open up the files, and you don't even mind losing a pawn or two because it will open up the b file. A lot of times b5, that pawn can even be sacrificed and allowed to be captured.
And also the secondary move he often plays is pawn takes c5 to try and first make that trade and then castle queenside.
So instead of bishop d3, what he played, if he had taken, we take back with the pawn.
Yeah, so we basically prevented this plan because white cannot allow black to reinforce the center and capture it in towards the middle.
Yes. Very important.
So those were kind of like his two main moves, and we stopped both of them.
Mm-hmm. And that's why
so,
he spent quite some time there. He's already down about 11 minutes on the clock, and I think this was the moment where he used all that time to figure out what does he do if he can't castle queenside as usual, nor the capture on c5 makes sense for him.
Yeah, but what he did was rather sensible. Bishop d3 is a quite a decent move.
Mm-hmm.
But Alexandra's f5 is part of the general plans in this position.
Yeah.
So basically, you're trying to prevent white from attacking on the king side by staking a claim there for yourself.
Yes. And you said that bishop d3 was no longer the preparation.
Yeah, no. We looked at bishop e2. We looked at knight d1. We looked at castle's queenside. Yeah, and bishop b5. We had a lot of different moves, but not bishop d3 precisely.
Yeah.
But what's good about kind of, even if you don't hit the exact move, the plans in the position are quite similar.
Mm-hmm.
So Alexandra will know what to do just based on having seen similar situations.
Exactly. And so she reacted with f5. Can you tell the viewers about the idea behind f5?
Yeah, it's basically to block white from going f5. So there are some variations in which white can create a dangerous attack, pushing their pawns forward on the king side. And so black wants to kind of just say, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere, and you're not gonna roll over me that easily.
And then the question is en passant obligatory?
Yeah, that's a question. And it definitely makes the position easier to play for white because there's more kind of room for your pieces, but on the other hand, it also improves the positioning of black's pieces, and it loses so the pawn on e5 is the most forward white pawn in the game, and it's restricting a lot of squares that the black pieces would like to use. And if you make the en passant move, then you know the knight will be able to recapture. The bishop can come to d6 in the future. Black's pieces just get better positions than they would have otherwise.
And that's why he didn't take, but as we know about the en passant rule, if you don't take now, you can never take. So we are talking about this weird stuff that happens in chess when the pawn moves 2 squares, jumps through the capture square of the opponent's pawn, and that's when you could, as white, take this pawn, you move the pawn, you move it to an empty square diagonally. It looks like the most illegal move in the world, but you move it to that empty square and magically the black pawn disappears. That's called en passant, but he didn't play it. And you can only do this magical move right after the pawn has jumped through the capture square. You cannot do it a move later. So white castled, Alex castled too, and now if you try to do this magical, weird looking stuff, you no longer can. En croissant, also known as, exactly. You guys are very wise, I see. All the knowledge in the chat, well done! Well done! And we're almost at the live board, I believe, after castle, king h1 was played, and now it's Alex's turn. King h1, tell us about this move, hammer, and what do you think Alex will come up with?
So in our preparation, instead of bishop d3, we had the move bishop e2.
Yes, so everything would be similar except the bishop is now on d3 and not on e2.
Yeah, if you can go to that variation,
yes,
I want to showcase why I'm mentioning this. Because after bishop e2, castles f5, Our main line was h3, bishop b7, king h2.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea for white is basically to move the king away so that the rook can sit where the king once was and push the pawn up to g4 and try to start an attack towards the black king.
That's looking dangerous. I'm kind of glad that the opponent didn't go for this setup.
Well,
although Alex is prepared, I know she's prepared. But
yeah,
it's
sure, but also he is going for that setup. He's just not moving his pawn forward first.
Mm-hmm.
He is hiding his king in the corner, and he is trying to play g4. He's trying to move his rook over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So to compare this is Alex's preparation, what we see currently on the board, and what is happening in the game is not exactly the same. The bishop is on d3, there's no pawn on h3, the king is not on h2, but as Hammer said, the idea is very similar, and with the bishop on d3, that bishop is already targeting the diagonal toward Alex's king, h7. So if rook g1, g4 happens, there's going to be pressure on f5 and pressure on that diagonal, as well as the g file opening up. What can she do? What do you think she is planning?
Well, I think we're in for a really interesting game. I think one of the disadvantages of not playing h3 for white, choosing essentially the h1 square for the king instead of the h2 square, is that now the king is on the same diagonal as the black bishop is going to be from b7.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting Alexandra here to go bishop b7.
I'm trying to draw an arrow, but it's nothing but straight toward the king. Got it. Now we are there.
Eugene will go rook g1. And Alexandra here will be faced with a really difficult moment because she needs to realize that in order to activate her pieces, she actually does have to concede the kind of pressure between the pieces in the center.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually does have to capture on d4, and that's a difficult concession to make,
mm-hmm.
but it's a necessary one.
Mm-hmm.
Because after pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, then she will be able to go knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and then knight c5. And that's part of the reason also why Alexandra played this f5 move, is that her control of the e4 square is absolutely massive. And she needs to get her knight to that square ASAP.
Exactly. I'm loving that setup. I think that's what she'll go for. I'm hoping that's what she'll go for, because this is looking great. And I think you are very right highlighting that the king on h1 will have its drawbacks in terms of it's not the exact same setup as h3 king h2, and one of the drawbacks is that it's on the same diagonal as our bishop. I know that for now our bishop is very blocked, but once we get our knight, our horsey, sorry, excuse my language, to e4, that's gonna be a difficult task for the opponent to face. Do you let that beast stay on e4 and live on, or if you capture, you are allowing Alex to take back with one of her pawns, either the d5 pawn or the f5 pawn. That will create a pass pawn for Alex, and the entire structure will change, and the position will open up for Alex's pieces too.
Yeah, so that was the opening. If she doesn't capture on d4, she's going to be in massive trouble, because white's attack is really rather powerful. So to me, that's the big question right now.
Oh, we have a move. We have a move.
Okay.
She took on d4 immediately without bishop b7, but similar idea.
That's fine. The computer actually preferred that move.
Yes, Alex plays like the engine. We knew it.
So, but that, to me, that was the difficult decision, to realize that this moment needed the knight coming into e4.
Yeah.
So I think she's playing it well. I feel like she's understanding the plans and the requirements. And now I think she has a nice is straightforward, and we've managed to prevent or take out the efficiency of White's attacking plan with G4 because our counterplay arrives in time.
Excellent. And in terms of what will happen once the opponent sits down, he's going to take back on d4 ASAP. With the horsey, I'm expecting that he's not going to be considering bishop takes. Or do you, think that he will consider it?
Yeah, no, actually the engine says bishop takes is better, which I find interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. But I would also take with the knight.
It's just knight takes is so natural. I guess that's the bias I have about these positions, that it's almost always knight takes, so you don't even consider the alternative, but sometimes thinking outside the box could lead to a better solution.
Yeah.
He took immediately with the knight, and now Alex is taking on d4.
And then knight c5. It's a really interesting position.
I'm loving it.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck with commentary today, Anna.
Oh, that was all our hammer time, everyone. Express your gratitude toward Coach Grandmaster Hammer, who joined us on the call. He has his own duty to do. He's got double shift today, but he joined us even like this to let us know about the preparation. The Intel Hammer, that was brilliant. I have no idea how you did it. Starting from the LinkedIn account, you found his chess.com, and from there you managed to find 5,000 games on Lichess as well of an unrated opponent. So thank you so much for giving it your all, also when it comes to all sorts of spyware. I mean, sorry, not spy, but actual intel, that Intel research.
Okay, bye-bye.
All the best later for you, and thank you so much. Thank you. Everyone, that was Grandmaster Hammer time. That is. That was incredible how he managed to bring all that intel, all that James Bond action into the preparation. Imagine all the things that he had to do to find the games of Alex's opponent, because when you're rated, you have hundreds, if not thousands, of games in the database in competitive chess. But when you're unrated, that means that most of the tournaments you played are not registered. The games are not sent in anywhere. And that's why Hammer had to find first the opponent's LinkedIn from the LinkedIn account. Somehow this esports tournament from that esports tournament. Somehow his chess.com from his chess.com and his rating on chess.com. Somehow identifying which account is his, only chess, and then finding games to build on. That's crazy. Absolute GOAT. Absolute GOAT, Grandmaster Hammer. Make sure to follow his channel. You already know where it is, but if you don't, please make sure to follow. Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. LinkedIn. Exactly, that was the key. Gosh, if Mr. Eugenio figures out that the only reason why his opponents may be able to prepare is that he's got LinkedIn. Now, I don't think any of his previous opponents found any of those games, because it's really difficult. It really is. Probably Hammer is the first person in history that found his games, so he's doing well. He's doing very well. Now, let's see what we got. You don't have LinkedIn Premium, Hammer? So he can see I stalked him. I just wish I could see his face when he realizes that his opponent's coach and world-known grandmaster commentator Magnus's second. I wish I could see his face when he realizes that GM Hammer clicked on his LinkedIn profile last night. Imagine the poor guy. He's thinking now. Let me update fully the board so that we are updated also in time. I think that's the correct time situation. Alex is up already. Quite a lot of time. Hi, Alex! Snack break, bathroom break. It's early, to be fair. The last rounds of classical chess tournaments usually do this to chess players, and most chess players don't like it. It's early. In Iceland, it's 11 a.m. I know that's not 7 a.m., but considering that the previous rounds would finish late, then you analyze, then you prepare, you already have a daily routine. And with the last rounds always being earlier, at least a couple of hours or few hours earlier, they need to do it. The organizers obviously need it so that they can have a closing ceremony at the end of the day where they award the winners with their prizes, the trophies, the medals, the norms. Dina might be getting another norm, by the way. She has already many, but she might be getting yet another norm. We're gonna check on her game too, of course. We are rooting for Dina as well, and we have her camera to add it to our Zoom call. I'm just gonna need to figure out how to set up. Give me a moment. I'm gonna double that Zoom call. This is gonna be a bit scuffed, but bear with me. We're gonna try to look at Dina's game and Dina's camera in a second. Dina needs a draw for her 5th IM norm. I believe so. I believe you're right, Hammer. Yes, because her performance is already... Woo! She doesn't even need a win. But yes, she already has many IM norms, so I'm guessing she would like to. Well, not just like to, but she will try to win, because the more rating, the better. She needs the rating to get the title. Okay, I'm gonna add another Zoom. Bear with me, this is gonna be scuffed. Wow, I told you, right? But now we have Dina too. Hi Dina, how are you? You're playing so well. I'm so proud of you. I cannot believe that when the ladies, Alex, Andra, were doing their tour, the Botez Abroad show, and they visited Paris, I was there, Alessia was there, Dina was there, and we played in this chess bar. That's part of the starting soon. So if you have seen the starting soon a lot of times, then you know that Dina was there, and the rest of us, girl squad. And I had to play a blitz game against Dina. Now, I'm a very retired player. I'm an international master, but I haven't played chess in like 6 years or already longer. I don't even know how many years. I retired quite a while ago. I used to be on the Olympic team, and I was a 3 times Hungarian champion. But if you don't practice, you get rusty, very rusty. So at that event, the Botez Abroad show in Paris, the chess bar, Dina pep talked me. She told me, Anna, you're gonna sit down at that board and you're gonna remember the fighter, the warrior you are. You're gonna remember that you used to beat grandmasters. You're gonna remember. She was like pep talking me like crazy. So I sat down at the board and I was winning game after game. But most of them were fans of the show, you know, fans. We were playing against anyone who would want a game at that chess bar. So I was winning game after game, and then Alex suggested, what if I play the last game against the final boss, Dina? So Dina sat in front of me after having pep talked me half an hour before, and I had to face her, a very active and very strong player, and I somehow won the game. I'm gonna be bragging about this. I'm gonna be bragging about beating the Grandmaster Slayer, Dina Belenkaya, who is my coach now. She pep talked me so much that I managed to win that game. We're gonna check her position real quick, and then we switch back to Alex. But as you can see from Alex's board, her opponent hasn't made a move yet. Alex is back at the board, but it's a slow start. Her opponent is taking longer because he was caught out of preparation. It is not what he expected. And he is now considering what to do with this threat that the knight will be jumping toward e4. What is he gonna go with? Is he still trying to set up his own kingside attack with rook to g1 and g4? But then the problem will be this bishop on b7 and the knight jumping to e4. Suddenly the position will be opening up more. There's a lot to think about here. For white, especially since he's not as familiar with the position as Alex is. Alex is staring holes into his head. Honestly, chess is a game of psychological warfare as well. You gotta be the stronger mind on the chessboard and psychologically, mentally too. Part of the game, to look confident, feel confident, and see if you can scare your opponent. No, don't scare him like boo, scare. But by being confident, playing confidently, that actually adds a lot of pressure to your opponent. So if he's already somewhat uncomfortable with the position, and on top of it, Alex is that confident, that makes things a little worse for the opponent. I've been there many times on both sides, trying to fake that I'm confident or that I was worried that my opponent is just like, they know it all. They are so well prepared. They have the next 20 moves planned out in their brain, and I'm just there like, I don't know what to do. You start doubting yourself. You start double checking everything. You start wasting a lot of time because you are not believing in yourself just as steady and stable as you should. So that's part of the game. That is. Alex is staring in his eyes. The death stare. Exactly. She's got it. I know I had a rival before we switched to Dina's position. Sorry, if we are already talking about body language and stare. One of my rivals when I was a teenager, she had that stare. And for the longest time, I remember I was really intimidated by her. We were about the same strength, if not that I was higher rated mostly than her. But to me, she was such a difficult opponent because she would always come to the board behaving very confidently, that body language, the way she was sitting at the board, and then as soon as the game started, she kept looking at me. Like she makes a move and she would look at you, but like with that stare. And then you make a move, she makes another move and she looks at you again. And honestly, if you are not strong mentally to be ready for those kind of things too, it's gonna affect you. It's gonna affect your play. It will. As crazy as it sounds, psychology, being mentally strong and not letting those things affect you is part of the game. So it is now over to Eugene to deal with the death stare and to also deal with the pressure that this horse is jumping to you for. Thank you so much for the raid, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I hope you had an amazing stream. I'm sorry if I missed the notification immediately, but I'm seeing the chat and everyone is praising Danya because Danya is freaking cool. Danya is freaking awesome and freaking strong. So yeah, Grandmasters, they just have it. They just have it all. I'm not a GM, I'm a woman GM and an IM, but I'm gonna try my best to bring today the best friend vibes. That's what I can provide. When Alex asked me to cover the final round of the Reykjavik Open, I could not say no because I love her. She's one of my closest friends and I wanted to be there with her in person. A few years ago, I flew to Iceland just to hang out with her at the very same tournament. I even have a vlog about it on my channel, ancient vlog from like 2019. The two of us hanging out in Iceland. We drove to the Blue Lagoon, which is this iconic hot spring in Iceland. We were hanging out, eating sushi, vlogging here and there. The beautiful playing hole obviously was one of the main scenes of the vlog, and also just following a little bit the behind the scenes. She was already back in the day preparing with Hammer, so things haven't changed. GM Hammer was already the coach. All hail the Bishop pair as well. Things are just, so wholesome. That Hammer has been helping her for so long already too. And she loves this tournament. It's honestly one of the nicest, if not the most beautiful playing halls for a chess tournament. She doesn't stop staring. Well, her opponent is not making a move and Alex knows her plan. She wants to develop the bishop to b7. She wants to jump to e4 with the knight. So she pretty much has her next two moves ready to go. She doesn't really need to think about them. We're gonna, as promised, switch over to Dina for a moment. Let me just also update the board. Bear with me for a second. This will probably move how things are cropped, but I'm just gonna check if I can bring up Dina's game for you. So the the names are not correct here. Let me make sure that we remove those. Dina has the black pieces here. We're gonna flip the board. Epic music playing still in the background. Is the volume of the music okay, by the way? Or did I make it too low? I didn't want it to be interfering too much with Hammer's analysis. It should be more like a background music. So just let me know if the volume is fine now. It might have been a bit too loud earlier. Volume is perfect? Thank you. Thank you. This is Dina's game. Dina with the black pieces. We're just gonna scroll through the opening. Aha! This one. All sorts of Indian defenses. The Nimso Indian, the Old Indian, the many different names of the same setup. That you place the pawn here, knight here. Oftentimes this bishop comes out here. She gave the check and then retreated to e7. Then it transposed. That's what happens in chess. You remember and learn all of these openings, and then you change the move order and suddenly you are in a different opening. So now she's playing a d4, d5 opening. And with this setup, that's the Catalan opening. That's what Alex plays from the white pieces perspective. The Bogo Indian, exactly. Many. You guys know all of them. The new Indian. You hear no music? Wait, I thought the music level was okay. Is it not loud enough? I do have a Twitch stream too. It's !Coster, I think, the link to my channel. I played It Takes Two last time. I do all sorts of chess and gaming content, variety content, chess, gaming, IRL, cooking as well sometimes. I tried it, arts sometimes too. Attempts, I would say. I don't think I'm good at it. You cannot hear the music. I think the problem is that with this orchestra classical music, sometimes it starts very low and then it kicks in. So I'm gonna increase a bit the volume, but I just don't want the music to be way louder. Oh, it's just that this song got quieter. Okay. I raised it a little bit, but if it's ever too loud, just let me know. It's good now? Awesome. Yeah, this song I think is a bit quieter. So we are in a Catalan opening. Dina playing with the black pieces. This is the classical approach that she doesn't take on c4. Alex had a game where the pawn was taken on c4, which is the open Catalan. If you don't take on c4, that's the closed Catalan. And the current position is this one. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting because you can repeat moves in the opening. In fact, there are quite a lot of chess openings where if you want to make a draw, you can just repeat moves. So this is what happens here with the bishop horsey dance. Take a look. Too loud? Too low? Okay, I'm increasing it now, but if it gets too loud later, let me know. This song is lower, that's the problem. So bishop f4, and then after a4, a5, the knight attacks the bishop. White doesn't want the horsey to capture the bishop because this is a strong piece. It's got all sorts of active diagonals, lots of space, unlike Dina's bishops. So this is going to be one of those cases where you don't want to allow that trade, even though the two pieces supposedly are worth the same, but you need to take also into account in this moment, would this bishop be the stronger piece or this knight on the edge of the board? And so the answer is no, White doesn't want to give you the bishop. But then Dina goes back because the bishop on d2 is not as active as the bishop was on f4. So now White says, okay, what if I go back? What have you got? And what White will have to face again, if Dina wants to repeat, she can. So this is a bit like a subtle draw offer. Both players are just testing out the field and seeing, does my opponent want to draw? Or does my opponent want to proceed and play on? If you repeat in chess 3 times, so look at these pair of moves. The bishop went to f4, knight attacks it. Bishop goes back, knight comes back. Bishop goes back, Knight goes again to the edge. I'm not playing over the same moves. These are the new moves. And now if the bishop goes back to d2 and Dina goes here, we're gonna end up seeing the same position 3 times. If you repeat the position 3 times, everything, all the pieces are on the same squares 3 times, then it's a draw. 3-fold repetition, that's a rule in chess. And because the opponent doesn't want to make a draw, he's higher rated. 2441 is the rating of Dina's opponent. The move is bishop to c1. Dina goes back to f6. Now with bishop f4, again we would be in the same position. But he's not playing it. He's developing the knight even though the bishop is now stuck on c1. So Dina has achieved that her opponent's bishop would be more passive. It's on the back rank, blocking the connection between the 2 rooks and is not developed at all. But the game goes on and Dina herself needs to solve the same issue. In fact, in this position, one of the main problem pieces right now for both white and black are the bishops on c1 and c8. So let's see how Dina will develop it. One route for that bishop would be if she pushes b6 and moves toward possibly even a6 for that diagonal, or b7 more solid, but this is definitely one of the ways. The other thing would be if she wants to regroup her pieces and move this knight somewhere else. Could go this way or could go this way, but even then this bishop doesn't really have a diagonal, so a lot of things to consider for Dina. We're gonna let her think about it, but she has been slaying it at the Reykjavik Open. I'm so proud of her. She has already beaten 2 grandmasters, including one of my former Olympic teammates, Viktor Erdős. We have been on the same team for so long with Viktor, not always on the Olympic team, but also as kids. We are the same age. We are both from Hungary. So I've grown up knowing him since we were like 10-year-olds, playing the same kids tournaments. And that's the grandmaster that she recently beat. One of them. Yeah, there's a lot of players in that playing hall. It's a very popular tournament. And we're gonna now switch to the other camera and Alex's game. Let's update the board to Alex's and see the new moves. What have we got? I also will just need to bring back the name cards. There we go. Miss Alexandra Botez playing her final game in the Reykjavik Open with the black pieces after knight c5. This is where we left it, if you guys remember. The opponent did go for rook g1. Interesting, because this is a bit of a double-edged sword. If you go g4 with your king in the corner, this is what Hammer said. Once the bishop is on b7, we are not just staring at the opponent in person, as Alex has been doing, the death stare, but also that bishop will be staring into the soul of the white king if this diagonal opens up. So we shall see. We shall see how things go from here. And let me know the music. I think it's just we might need to be adjusting the music from here and there, because some songs are lower, some songs are louder. But I'm gonna try my best, and also I'm gonna shake my protein shake so that I also have... Oh gosh, I'm spilling it. Anna, try not to spill it everywhere. That's not gonna be a good thing. A little bit of a disaster here. A little bit of a disaster. Not too bad yet. Not too bad. Fun story. Because this game is taking a slow starting space. It's gonna speed up later, but it's 11 AM, the start time in Iceland. People are still sleepy. Then this is a complex opening, so we're gonna need to give them time, especially the opponent who is not that well prepared. He's down already 25 minutes nearly in comparison to Alex. But the protein shake reminded me that the first time I ever had a protein shake was in Iceland, and it was prepared by none other than yours truly sitting there. I always was very skeptical about those kind of things. Well, actually, not skeptical is the right word. I'm just not a gym person, and if you're not a gym person, then you don't really take supplements, or you don't really realize how much protein is needed for your body. So I was not a gym person, and I never had a protein shake in my life. And then Alex traveled to Iceland. You will not believe this. We met up at the airport. This is 2019. We met up at the airport before the Reykjavik Open. She's flying there from the United States. I'm flying there from Spain. We are meeting at the Reykjavik airport of Iceland. And so she arrived. She landed earlier than me. I'm trying to find her in the arrival hall. And I see her sitting there with a suitcase and a big box. Her luggage for the tournament. 2019 Reykjavik Open, same tournament a few years ago. Her luggage included one suitcase of clothes and shoes, you know, the normal things to travel with, and a box, a cardboard box of protein powder. She traveled to Iceland with this massive package of protein shakes. Just an entire box. Can you believe it? It was checked in as a separate box. As a separate luggage. And then I was like, girl, I don't know what's that, but give me one. I need to try it. If you are flying over the pond, this ocean thing, with an entire big box of protein, you need to give me some. I need to know what's this good stuff. That was my first time having a protein shake. She traveled all the way from the States with a massive box. I wonder if she has now with her again that big protein shake supply. To be fair, now I understand it. And I have become a gym person since, so as much as I couldn't wrap my head around the importance of supplements or protein shakes in general, I don't think I would be traveling with a big box of protein powder, but Alex was very well prepared. Iceland is really expensive. It's a beautiful country, but it's very expensive if you want to eat out, or even the supermarket prices, honestly, are higher than anywhere else in Europe. So it's good to have some extra backup for your supplements. She was prepared. She should bring her protein box to the table to intimidate the opponent. Imagine! Bomb! The box is bigger than the board. Imagine that. The current position. After bishop b7, the opponent played g4. Things are heating up. As much as we were in the low, still sleepy stage of the game, early last round in Iceland, now we are talking. White is trying to checkmate Alex. That is his intention. He's opening up the g file so that then his rook, potentially his queen as well, could be piling up against the black king. It's looking scary. But Alex also is ready to fight back, hopping onto e4 with the horsey, and now it's decision time for white. Will he take it? Will he not take it? This is a very strong piece here. So that would be your default thinking, that you need to eliminate this piece, you need to capture it. But even if you decide to capture, do you take with the knight? Do you take with the bishop? And there's all sorts of things like, do you want to see a cute Botez gambit? If white takes with the knight, we could take back with the d-pawn. Now this bishop is hanging. The bishop moves somewhere. And then you push this pawn, which is a discovered check, and at the same time the queen is hanging. We win the queen. Botez gambit. But this time, it's Alex accepting the Botez gambit, which I, personally, love to see. It might not be what the opponent plays, alright? It's not forced. But if he takes with the knight, he's in trouble. He's either losing the bishop or the queen. So taking with the knight is a losing move. Taking with the bishop, that's a different story. And then Alex needs to consider, do I want to take with the f-pawn? Do I want to take with the d-pawn? Both of them have pros and cons. Taking with the d-pawn opens up the d5. For the queen, you are threatening to win the queen. Like this. It's not forced because white could, for instance, block it. Move the queen away. This could be a scenario that might happen in the game. Or if she takes with the f-pawn, that opens up the f5 for the rook. That also I think has its pros and cons in terms of like, you could argue that this is a strong move as well. I think in both cases, black has quite some pressure on white's pieces. I like this more. I like that you are threatening to win the queen. I like that the queen is active. And then you can bring your rook to the c file as well. This is, I think, looking really good for black. Let's see what happened in the game. g4, knight e4. And as we said, it's not forced to take it. But if you don't take it, that knight is pretty annoying on e4. So white for now is saying, I know that's a strong piece for black, but that's a one piece. The rest of black's pieces are not as active as this horsey. So white is hoping that by not taking, he will be the one taking on f5, opening up the g file, potentially doubling rooks on the g file to attack the black king. This is very complex, very sharp. Alex will need to be really sharp to make sure to follow up correctly here. I'm not even sure what would be the best move here. My default thinking usually in the French defense that once the c5 square is open, available, you usually place there something. Earlier it was the knight and now it could be the bishop. And then your queen could go over to h4, so that's a multifunctional move. You develop further the prospects of your pieces. Bishop c5, and that wouldn't be, I don't think that white is interested in taking, because we always take back with the b pawn, threatening to win the queen or the knight. That would be a baby fork, as we learned it from PogChamps. So if white cannot take, then the white queen always needs to stay here guarding the bishop. I like bishop c5. That's the move I would like to see. That's the move I would like to see. But we shall see. The current position being queen e3 and Alex thinking. We have a word from Andra, by the way, that we absolutely need to listen to. So we're gonna give the floor to Miss Andra Botez. Let me make sure that the sound is all right for that. I'm just gonna pause the music for a moment. Here's the next programming. We've got a message from future Andra. Alex is thinking. She's in an important moment. I think it will take her at least a couple of minutes, if not longer, to see what's the right plan here. And it's important that she invests her time here. She's got time. She's got almost half an hour more than her opponent. So good moment to invest that time. And we have Andra with a message. Let me make sure that the volume is going to be fine for that as well. You ready? You ready for Andra to talk us about our sponsor of the day? You've got this, Andra.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message. And that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Exactly! Presented by Coinbase. Thank you, Andra. Thank you so much for telling us all about Coinbase. And huge thanks to Coinbase for the sponsorship. Every hour, we're gonna have Andra bringing the big brain knowledge and telling you more about Coinbase. I will, at the same time, use this opportunity to stand up. Don't laugh at me. But every hour of my own streams, I need to stand up and do a few squats. My physiotherapist, oh gosh! My physiotherapist told me not to be scared that Alex pushed g6. I was really hoping we are moving on the queen side. g6, the computer doesn't like it. It's not that bad though. Let me just remove that feedback. It's not a question mark. Chess.com scared the heck out of me. What is going on? My physiotherapist told me to stay calm. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a bad move. The question mark I think was too harsh by Chess.com's own feedback system. I think she understandably is worried about the g file because that's what's about to be opened. At any point, white can take on f5 and attack her king. So that's what she's getting ready for. Stay calm, everyone. g6, make sure that once this pawn is taken, I guess she just wants to take back with the pawn or with the rook. But whatever happens later, even if white doubles the rooks, it's no longer hanging the pawn on g7. So she is making sure that her king will be safer with the pawn on g6 protected by the other pawn on h7. Now, why is the computer so critical about this move? Why the computer is not very happy about it? Because there were better moves, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad move. It doesn't mean that she made a mistake. It just means that the engine found better options, like the more active options, the more go for the counterplay and don't be that defensive options. But it's easier said than done when it's your own king that is gonna be under a really strong attack on an open file. I think it's understandable that Alex is worried about it and in advance wants to make sure that her king will be protected. So I don't think it's a bad move. It's solid. It's not going for the counterplay and going for active play immediately, but solid is not bad. Solid is safe, and solid could mean that once things are now under a bit more control over the G file, it's gonna take a lot more effort for white to try to open everything up. So it's gonna take... I'm just gonna make random moves, but I just want to show that even once the rooks are doubled, you're not gonna sacrifice a rook to capture that pawn because you don't have enough firepower. You cannot just give that rook up. And if you cannot just give that rook up, you would need more. You would need, for instance, ignore black's moves. I'm just trying to show from white's perspective that you would need a lot more than just the rooks, but even pushing the pawn here is not really doable. The pawn here too would be hanging. So I think she's giving her opponent quite a big practical task to solve. And that is a good thing. That is a good thing. Even if this is not the best move of the engine, g6, it's a move that is solid, and it's a move that the opponent will need to deal with. So the opponent is going for what we said, trying to double rooks, rook to g2, and Alex immediately pushes a6. She, on the other hand, will not be attacking on the king side. She's going for the other flank, the queen side, and that's why a6 is a good move. Ready to push b5, expand, then further push, chase that knight away. So she's building up on the queen side attack. The opponent is trying to count on that king side attack. This is a very sharp position, and it's making me almost forget about my squat time. As I was saying, my physio told me not to be scared, but also my physio told me every hour of my own streams I need to stand up. So if you want to follow this torture that I'm dealing with because of my physiotherapist, please do. If you don't want to, just give me some moral support. We're gonna do a few squats. It doesn't have to be too many, but it's true that I sit a lot and my knees I have really bad issues with. I had knee injections and crutches, and I'm still partially in the recovery phase of my little knees. So in order to keep them stronger and also help with my posture every hour, I'm gonna have to do, please don't laugh, fitness time. Squats! If you want to join me or just be nice and tell me I can do it, that's great. Thank you. Alex can do it too. Let's go! Thank you, Elion! The music is hyping up for squat time! Let's go! We've got this! I'm loving this playlist. Okay, I did more than 10, but now I'm motivated. I'm gonna do a few more. It's good for the blood flow, good for your posture. Get those joints in motion. Don't sit for too long is all I learned from the physio. Well, I learned many more things too, but I learned that as part of my rehab. Okay, we've got this on the Blue Danube. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with my physio moment. Thank you so much. And underscore squats, that's me. For someone who was never a gym person, I am becoming quite a gym person. I'm kind of forced to make my leggies strong, but it's what it takes. It's what it takes to have healthy joints. I'm loving the music, but please let me know if it's too loud. It might be getting a bit too loud now, isn't it? Now, in terms of Alex's game, the opponent is thinking. Why is the opponent thinking? That's a great question. The opponent is thinking because even though his plan was to double rooks on the g-file, the last move of Alex, a6, which I praised that we are going for b5, what sometimes happens, not just to Alex or to her opponent, happens to everybody in chess. Sometimes we forget about a tiny detail. And I think that tiny detail, Alex might have forgotten that this pawn is hanging. Yes. And that is a little bit of a concern. So before we could push that pawn might disappear from the board. I think she missed it because she's very focused on her king's safety. This is easy to miss if you are so under the impression that all that matters is your king's safety, and honestly, that's the #1 priority. So she's got it right. She's got it right that this is scary as hell. We need to do something about it. And therefore she pushed g6, and she has been focusing on the king side defense. Stay solid, stay defensive. But she also understands that she cannot just be passive. And in order to not be only passive, but to launch her own attack, her counter-attack on the queen side, she knows that she needs to push the pawns. But she forgot that as soon as he moved his pawn, this is hanging. I think she forgot it. I don't think this is a sacrifice, because I don't see what could be... Wait. Does she want to push d4? How crazy is this? Is this crazy? Because both queens are hanging, but d4 would open up the long diagonal. Maybe she didn't miss it, but she wants to go for this to open up the long diagonal. Both queens are hanging, but then this is hanging too. I don't really buy this. Then you have knight f2 check. This rook is hanging, but you already lost the bishop and your own rook is hanging too. This is a bit too much. I would think that she missed for a moment that the pawn is hanging, or she missed that in this line, even though it's chaotic and crazy and all the pieces are in the air, she's gonna be the one that loses material. So current position, let's just go back to where we are. Current position is that she pushed a6, and honestly her opponent is thinking, because he knows that the pawn is hanging. All right, if he didn't notice that the pawn is hanging, he already would have doubled rooks. But he is also not taking the pawn instantly, because he probably thinks that Alex is sacrificing the pawn. And he wants to make sure that once the bishop takes, he's not missing any tactics. So whether it's a sacrifice or a blunder of the pawn, he's double checking that he's not getting into trouble, which honestly is very smart. Eugene, stop being so smart. This is inspiring. But we are here to root for Alex, so please just stop being so smart. Unrated player, everyone. This is... unrated player with a rating performance of about 2,200. You guys think that he will take the pawn? It's a lot to consider. He definitely is considering what's going on if after bishop takes b6, d4 is pushed. I don't think he would be worried about any other moves, because if you move the queen anywhere, then white has won the pawn, and you can always go back to d4 if you are worried that this pawn will push to d4 and the long diagonal opens up. So I think he's calculating capturing on b6? And what if black pushes the pawn to d4? It's absolute chaotic madness calculation to do for both of them. But Alex will need to calculate it too, because by now for sure she realized that the pawn is hanging. Or if she sacrificed it, then she's double checking whether the calculation makes sense, because this is absolutely chaotic. And for us sitting here, it's a lot easier with that bar jumping up and down, showing that, oh, after d4, white is better, white is winning. But the problem with your own chess and your own chess games, we all have that problem. There's no bar. There's no one telling you whether you are doing better or worse. And that's why both players need to do all that work before they make the move. You cannot take back the move. So he has to calculate it thoroughly. He has to make sure that Alex doesn't have some crazy tactics here. He might be believing that Alex is sacrificing the pawn on purpose, that d4 is a strong move, and if he believes that, he's not gonna touch the pawn. That's a lot of ifs, I know. But that could happen. Because chess is a game, a battle between two minds, with a lot of psychology, emotions, and doubts as well involved. There is no bar, there is no engine, there's no one confirming whether your thoughts are correct or not. Does he believe in himself that taking the pawn on b6 is just fine for white? Or does he believe that this is actually going to work out badly for him? What do you guys think? What do you think? This is a tense moment. This is very tense. And again, just to sum up, it's a pawn. It's not the end of the world. If this pawn is taken, Alex doesn't need to resign. She's not gonna give up. She's gonna fight on, but she's gonna be down a pawn. She moves the queen. Maybe this bishop goes back. Maybe she doesn't mind though, because the b file opens up. She plays openings like this with the black pieces. The Benoni, for instance, is an opening where you sacrifice queenside pawns to have open files. So maybe she doesn't mind. Maybe she wants that pawn to be gone from the board because she gets these files for her pieces. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Maybe it's all part of her plan. As a wise youngster once said, a pawn is a pawn. A pawn is a pawn. Oh, sorry, a pawn is a pawn. Yes. Anna is so much more optimistic than Hammer. Nah, how can I compete with the optimism and motivational speeches of Hammer? How can I compete with that? Please. I'm flattered, but there is just no comparison. The guy is full of positivity. The guy constantly is shining with the most optimistic, positive words. That's Mr. Hammer. That's how we know him, right? That's the Hammer we know. Exactly. By the way, when I was preparing for today's broadcast, I might have had a similar but not exactly same overlay originally. What do you guys think? I mean, I thought I may as well just correct the overlay. I mean, I was given something to work with, and I need to put my name on it. I have to find a way to correct it. Okay, so there's just some things that need to be done. Then I held myself back. I thought it's a professional broadcast that we are hosting here, and there's already over 13,000 people watching, so I need to pretend I'm very professional. Looks great. Thank you. Thank you. The logos at the top are doubled. Oh, when I put this on? This one? Which logos? Oh, sorry, I moved it. I think I moved. Gosh, I think it's because I moved it slightly. Now, it was not correctly placed. The layer. This is how it would look. Now it shouts professionalism, isn't it? It was simply that it moved slightly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I knew that there was a tiny bit of a mistake there. But now it's perfect, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I have been practicing a little bit in Photoshop, so I'm glad that it shows. I'm glad that my professional photoshopping skills are shining through the optimistic words of Grandmaster Hammer. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Hammer and I are coaches of the same team in the Pro Chess League. I don't know if you guys know, but we are not only co-casters and helping out Alex whenever we can, but we are on the same team as managers and captains of the Norway Gnomes in the Pro Chess League. Our team will be playing in May in the finals, where Magnus Carlsen's team won't be playing. The Chess Brass didn't make it. That is crazy. We qualified. Magnus didn't. Magnus didn't qualify. Imagine. Yeah, so watch out for the Pro Chess League finals in May. Alex is not sitting at the board anymore, but we're gonna take a look at what happened in terms of the move. The opponent didn't take on b6, the opponent took on f5. Wow, it's almost as if you're better than him. Of course, like, I mean, Magnus is almost not a world champion anymore. We might have a better chance at beating him in classical chess. That's how it works, right? That was the WC is taken off of the name. He's losing like 500 rating points. I heard. I don't know if that's in the rule books, or I don't know if it's a chess.com thing. Maybe it's an Anish Giri thing. When Anish became the CEO of chess.com, he might have made that adjustment. Yeah. He's getting old and slow. Yeah, don't tell me about that. I'm getting very old and very slow. I know the feeling. Isn't he more than 500 rating points higher than you? Oh gosh, maybe it's 700 rating points. The cut. I don't even know now how much is the difference. My peak was 2393, but when I retired, I think my rating was still above 23, but I don't know the exact number. 23 and something. Let's take a look at the options here. Alex has found the board. She found her way back, and now she needs to make a decision. 2325 was my rating. Thank you, Sprint. See, I don't know. It was so long ago. It was so long ago. Yeah, as much rating points as possible. I think that's in the Anish Giri rulebook that we need to take off of poor Magnus. I don't think she's losing, but don't give up on Alex. Don't give up on Alex, because first of all, that pawn is not taken. And even if the pawn will be taken, it's only a pawn. Anything can still happen. This is not the end of the game. Thank you, Elion. Thank you so much. You're way too kind. And all of you, honestly, you have been very nice to me. Thank you so much for having me here on the BotezLive channel. We used to stream a lot together with Alex, but our lifestyles and schedules especially have changed a lot. We used to have every Sunday a sub battle. We started like 4 years ago at this rate, streaming every Sunday together. And we became just very good friends, and were hanging out as much as we could for a long time before the pandemic. Yeah, I have a lot of stories to share, so there will be more story time, but we need to make sure that we address first, why is Alex thinking? Thank you so much for the subscription, Alex, fellow Alex, and all of you supporting. I know that I am missing out on the notifications sometimes. I don't have the list, but I appreciate you. I hope you know. I truly. And Alex and Andrea, you know, they love you guys. They are so proud of you guys. You're amazing. I told you already before, you're there for them everywhere, every time, in anything and everything. Whether it's chess, poker, boxing, IRL, you're always there for them. So that is just freaking incredible. Not many streamers can say that they can stream whatever they like on their channel and their community will support them equally. A lot of streamers are boxed into one category because if they play something else, if they play a different game, their community might not be there, their viewership might drop massively. And you guys are supporting these two ladies in every single thing. It's true. It is freaking true. You care for them. You do. Thank you for being so freaking cool. It's honestly amazing. In terms of the position, let's see. This was the last move. I'm just gonna update, but I don't think we have any updates from Alex other than she has still an hour and 10 minutes on her clock and the opponent has 38 minutes. So half an hour of time advantage, but not the easiest of positions. She's thinking how to take back on f5. This is illegal because our king is pinned. This pawn is pinned, I mean. And our king would be captured. That's not a thing. That's just a thing in Hollywood movies. But yeah, we cannot take with this pawn. The rook could take or the other pawn could take. It's a 50-50 choice, but it is an important choice. Every time you capture with a pawn or move a pawn, it changes a lot of things in the position. This would change the entire structure. Suddenly there's no e-pawn. Suddenly this d5 pawn doesn't have a body. The e-pawn of white becomes a protected pass pawn. So there's things that you might not like about it. That's why she's thinking. But there's also, of course, advantages, pros and cons. The advantage of capturing with a pawn, we continue to strengthen the horsey on e4, continue to support it with both pawns. Which is looking like it's needed, because if you take with the rook, and I think that's what she played, so let's see. She's taking with the rook, but that means that she's sacrificing a pawn. Well, maybe the previous one was a sacrifice too. Did I say every time you move a pawn, you change the pawn structure? Wow, that was so smart of me. I think I meant you change the entire picture, the entire structure, not just the pawns. But yeah, I think I also still have sleepy brain syndrome. But she took with the rook, sacrificing not only this pawn, which was already hanging from before, she's also sacrificing this pawn, because white could now decide to capture the horsey. We take back with the pawn, and white grabs the pawn, because our pawn on f5 is no longer there. So this is possible. There could be a massive trade on e4, knights and bishops, and white will end up being up a pawn. I don't think this position is that bad though, because that extra pawn is on c2. That's a semi-open 5 for black's pieces, so rook c8 would be a nice natural follow-up. The white king is more vulnerable. That long diagonal, if it wasn't for this queen, imagine, I know this is just a poor move, the opponent won't play it, but as soon as you get there with the black pieces, as soon as you could grab the diagonal for your own queen, this would suddenly look like a position that Alex, I think, would love to play. I think she would actually enjoy being down a pawn but having this much activity. So this could be a good outcome. Again, that queen is on e4, so we are not going to d5. But even without that, you know, there's things that white would need to be worried about. It should be better for white. White is up a pawn, so I'm not trying to convince you that down a pawn we're gonna be winning, but we have some compensation, even if not full compensation. Because of the king being so open, and because white having to take care of so many things at the same time. The c-file, the center, the king, and making sure that nothing is loose. So, what is it that Eugene is doing? Rook takes f5. He can take here and win the pawn on e4, or he can take here, still that pawn is hanging. He has a choice to make. And I just told us Alex is 100% winning. I mean, I'm a very optimistic person, but maybe we are not winning just yet. But soon, Soon, all right? Soon. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, there's moves. Moves coming in. So rook takes. The opponent decides to take the pawn on e4. I think that's better for us. Not that the position is better, but better than losing the other pawn. I was a little more concerned about bishop takes b6. She is going to be down a pawn. This is what we saw, that there's going to be a massive trade of pieces on e4. It's all happening. It's all happening. And I'm on the wrong channel. Oh, I'm in the very right place. I'm loving it here. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support. I normally am on my own channel at Anna_cheese. Chess. It's chess, but it was a typo. I love cheese, so it's supposed to be Anna_cheese on Twitch, but it's misspelled on the Anna Chess. Alex has lost that pawn that we were considering. That it was bound to happen. One or the other pawn was gonna be dropped. Good news is, I think her next moves are pretty straightforward. Get the rook to the c file. We all know. Don't we all know? You need to develop all your pieces. Bring all the toys to the nursery, as one of the books I read by Jakob Agard mentioned it. All the toys in the nursery. You bring all your toys, alright? You bring all those toys out, then we can launch an attack. So bringing all those toys in. The rook to c8 is the last piece to be developed. It's sitting in the corner, not doing anything. I think she will move that rook right now. There's not really much else we could be plotting. You cannot move the queen away from the back rank, because that will be the blundering of the rook. So I'm expecting rook to c8 after a short think. But give me your best predictions. Is there any other move you think that Alex is considering? Dramatic music on. Let me know. Aren't toys banned after Hans? I didn't mean those kind of toys, but... well, Hans is Hans, you know? I wonder where the story is. I don't know anything. I'm not in the loop. I just know there was a low case. That's all I know. And I think low cases take a long time. So I don't know how soon we would know anything about that. Rook to c8 has just been played. This is move 21. The opponent still needs to make 20 moves. Or 19 moves to be more exact. Within half an hour. Anna only knows about computers and lipstick. I mean, why do you think I have applied so much lipstick for today's commentary? I cannot add up 1 + 1 in my head without lipstick. We all have our ways, alright? We all have our ways. Rook to c8. Perfect developing move, bringing the rook to the semi-open c file, and now it is white to decide whether white will also bring the last piece that's undeveloped into the game. That rook would look good on d1 normally, but I guess white will need to consider whether this pin is an issue. It doesn't look like an issue, but you cannot move this bishop away because the rook on d1 will be hanging. If Alex had a c-pawn and could push that c-pawn, then it would be an issue, since she doesn't have one. As a 300 rated player, I have to disagree, Anna. You're very welcome to disagree. I'm just here to share my opinion. Feel free to tell me better. I know you guys are big brain, mega brain community. So of course, I always take into consideration that I might just be completely wrong. I might just be completely wrong here. Hammer would be very critical about Alex's time use, I bet. She's playing fast, but that's not all bad. You know what's good about her time usage here? That even though she is in a somewhat worse position, down a pawn but with some compensation, she has active pieces. It's not down a pawn and you need to resign. It's down a pawn and the game goes on. That kind of down a pawn. And she has twice as much time as her opponent. So even though she's playing really fast, and sometimes that could mean maybe that's why she dropped the pawn. You know, if she plays fast, sometimes we make more mistakes. I don't know, but that's part of her style, that's part of her play, and it has its advantages too. The advantage of Alex playing so fast is that she's putting a freaking lot of pressure on her opponent. Her opponent possibly would want to try to win this game somehow, because being up a pawn, that's what we learned. If you are up a material, you should aim for a win. He's gonna spend a lot of time trying to figure out what is the right plan, what is the right next move, and he is down to his final half an hour. The more that time is ticking down, the more pressure he's gonna feel, not only because of the position and needing to win this game. He possibly came into this game thinking, you know, a draw is a good result, but now that he's up a pawn, he's like, oh, I need to win, I need to win. So pressure in terms of what he needs to achieve from this game, and pressure on the clock as well. I think that's gonna be a lot of pressure, and I think that's gonna be Alex's chance, because this is a complex position. Do not write off a position like this just because it's one pawn less. It's not a bishop, it's not a rook, it's not a queen that we have lost. So this, I think this game, 3 possible results. Even the evaluation bar is showing roughly equality, which is crazy when you're down a pawn. That the engine, the all-hail engine, thinks that this is about equal. Alex will win. Yes, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Dina as well. Exactly. Just a second. I've got allergies, so apologies if I'm sneezing or anything. I'm trying to keep it under control. Spring is not the best season for those of us with all sorts of airborne allergies, but I'm not allergic to good chess. And what we are seeing today is our ladies fighting like crazy. Alex, I think with all the chances to turn this game around and use all that pressure on the clock as well, in her favor. And Dina, let's see, Dina here, and the game is this one. I'm gonna remove the names for a moment so that it's not confusing. This is Dina with the black pieces. This is where we left it. Oh gosh, I don't know why chess.com likes to give those question marks. I don't think that's a bad move. So it's like the engine sometimes can be overly critical. Knight takes, and she went to d5. So remember, we were thinking here about Dina's position, if you were here earlier, whether she was going to develop the bishop some way to this diagonal, or find another way, moving the rook, not the rook, but the knight away. And that's what she does. She takes here to then move this knight here and this knight here, and the bishop is then free. Let's see how that worked out. I don't particularly like it because it gives up the center. Then again, Dina has beaten 2 very strong grandmasters and is doing incredibly well in Reykjavik, so she probably knows it better than I do. And I do like that the knight can make it to b4. That was taken, bishop takes. And now this is traded. That's the only issue with this setup, that if only we could have the horsey on b4 and then the other knight supporting it, just a few moves, you know, 2 extra moves, then we would be great. But because that's traded and then this is traded, what we are left with is this bishop against this knight. That would be the main difference to point out. She's got the pair of bishops, and we love the pair of bishops here. We have learned a lot from Hammer about the pair of bishops. But this bishop is passive, so it's not the best of pair of bishops. It would be better, and it could be better in the future if she manages to open up the position more. Not the easiest of tasks to push c5 or e5 in the right moment. For now, she needs to develop more, bring the rooks in as well. But maybe on the long run she could, and then she'll be fine. because this bishop at the moment is very stuck and passive. Who is Dina's opponent? International Master Julie Palla from India, 2441. Do you want me to make name cards for it? We could, it's just gonna take a bit of time. For instance, I have here Alex's opponent. We're gonna copy that. On air editing. I'm very good at this. Bear with me. Paste. Now we have Eugenio's name twice. And we're gonna change his double name into Dina's opponent's name. I am Julie. Oh, I can't spell. Julie Palla. 2441. That is Dina's opponent. I'm gonna put it here. Cover Eugene. Poor Eugene. He's doing so well, but we don't want him to do well because he's playing against Alex. And we don't want Mr. Julie Palla to do well either, you know? They are playing against the wrong people in terms of like, we are rooting for Dina and Alex and Anna. Miss Anna Crumling too, the three ladies playing. You can see Alex there, by the way. They're sitting so close. This is an Alex scam as well. And then we're gonna steal Alex's name card. Oh gosh, what did I do? I did the opposite. This is so confusing. That's very scuffed, isn't it? Now, I'm gonna take Alex's name card. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna paste it. There we have Alex, but this is Dina. So in order to do that, we're gonna now say this is Dina Belenkaya at the rating of 2300. She already has four international master norms. All she needs, this is how big brain Dina is. Big name card for big brain, but Alex too is big brain, so I'm gonna need to adjust her one too. She already has 4 international master norms, so she doesn't necessarily need to win this game. I think even with a draw, as Hammer said, she could get a 5th norm. But what she needs to become an international master, currently she's a woman grandmaster. To become an international master, she needs to gain rating points. She needs her rating to be 2400. So she needs to gain 100 rating points. Doesn't need to be in one tournament. That's pretty much impossible in one tournament. But she needs to win 100 rating points. If I already told the viewers how I got the Lipstick Maniac title, do you guys want to know the story? We were slightly referring to it, but I didn't want to bore people with my own stories. We are here for the ladies, so you let me know if you want to know what's with my lipstick and the engine situation, if you are curious. But it's also fine if you prefer that right now we switch our attention back to the other board and other camera. This is Alex, and we can change the names as well. This, and this. We are back. We are back. The board is not back, sorry. We are back! What were the last moves? We're gonna catch up with the moves. Rook to c8 and rook to d1. Okay, as we predicted, but this is a very complex position. Up a pawn for the opponent, more time for Alex, and honestly, I truly think it's a 3 result possible position. But because we are on the optimistic side and we are rooting for Alex, Black is winning! Now, 3 possible results for now. For now. What does unrated with performance mean? So Alex's opponent is officially unrated, meaning that he hasn't played enough tournaments that were FIDE rated. He possibly played in Germany, local tournaments, but he didn't play international tournaments that give international rating. We wrote there the performance, and by we, I mean myself. I put it there to put it into context. How is he doing in the tournament? Being unrated and having the performance of a nearly 2,200 rated player goes to show that he's not a beginner. He's doing very well. His performance rating is higher than Alex's. 200 rating points above Alex's nearly. So strong opponent in terms of the performance. And Mr. Hammer in the chat, good pawn stack on e4. We are loving it, Hammer. Yes, and I'm glad. I'm sure you saw it earlier, but we were a bit happy that it was this pawn that was taken and not this pawn. I'm still a bit puzzled. Hammer, give us your thoughts. Did Alex miss when she played a6 that pawn is hanging? Did she think that there are tactics with, for instance, d4? What do you think is what happened? Because no one actually took the pawn on b6 in the end. She thought that there's tactics. Okay, well, the opponent too thought it. The opponent didn't take it. I think this does look very crazy and chaotic, and us at home with the engine and the evaluation bar, easy for us to say that this is not good for black. Call Hammer. I don't know if I can. Hammer is working. Hammer, you let us know, but I know that you are busy today. He was on a call with us earlier, but the guy is a busy man. He's working. He's at work. He's busy, see? He's busy, but even like this is following our broadcast and rooting for Alex. So yeah, the opponent thought that there was tactics. In that case, this was a sacrifice. May not have been the perfect sacrifice, but the opponent was scared enough from it, took on f5, and then she sacrificed the e4 pawn too. I like it. I like that this pawn was taken. I do think that Alex does have good chances here. Good practical chances, and it's a complex position. Down a pawn, but finally with the activity. She has the more active pieces. Both rooks are really active. The queen can join, the bishop. This has changed a lot since the time when her king was gonna be attacked. Now it's the white king that's more vulnerable, and the black pieces are more active. That this is the current position. Rook c8, rook d1, and rook c4, pinning the bishop. So that bishop is now pinned through the 4th rank and through the d5 as well. Let's see, what will the opponent do? He's only got 27 minutes left. Only 27 minutes left. Let's see. Oh, b3 already played. He's speeding up. He's trying to play faster. b3 attacking our rook. I'm curious how fast Alex will make a decision. Moves like this can be a little troublesome because we don't have a way back from there. If we had the open b5, that would be like, oh yeah, why not maintain the pin? But don't put your rook there if you don't have space for the rook. The rooks need open fives, open ranks. It doesn't want to get stuck between pawns. It could almost be trapped, and even if it doesn't get trapped, look at the position, for instance, a move like this. It's not getting trapped, but it just shows that the rook, for a piece that's a long range piece, it only has one square to go to. GM Canty, thank you so much for the raid. I truly appreciate it. This is the BotezLive channel. I'm taking over today to cover Alex's game in the Reykjavik Open. She's fighting in this pawn down position. Not putting her rook there, I think, is one of the first moves that needs to be erased from the list of potential candidate moves. I don't think she's considering that, but if she's not staying here, it needs to be decided, where does the rook go? Do you go all the way back to c8? Do you go to c7? Do you go to somewhere tricky? Because even here you could move for now, because the bishop can't take it. This rook is also hanging. Actually, it could take it, because then rook g1. And this is hanging too. And you need to go back all the way here or here. There's a lot of tactics. She has a lot of things to consider. Lots to consider. Where would you go? Big brain chat. Where to place the rook? How does the rook move? Good question. Very good question. To know the fundamentals. Is pawn c5 crazy? Which pawn? I wish we had a pawn. Rook h4 clearly. Oh, that is a great move, Gerber. I like your suggestion. Yes, I see that BotezSlavia knows very well the rules of all chess variants, because there are chess variants where you could go. Have you guys ever played I forgot the name of that chess variant, but there is a chess variant. We used to play it at chess camps. As a kid, I used to play it. That imagine that it's like a cylindric board so that you can go over from the other side. So you cannot go through here, right? But you could go this way, and from here, no, you don't stop there, but imagine that the board continues on the other side of the board, so you could end up here. Have you guys ever seen chess like that? It's a variant. It's a variant. I don't know if it has a name or it's just that my trainer invented it at chess camps where we were practicing. But as kids, we played a lot of variants. Some of them exist on chess.com, some of them not. But it's fun and it makes you really creative. It's like Portal chess. It does look like it. Pac-Man variant? Is it called Pac-Man variant? Oh, I love Pac-Man. I don't know if that's how it's called, but yeah, in that case, it could. It could happen. I'm just gonna adjust my lipstick too, and tell you the lipstick story if you want to hear it at any point. But now, we need to decide where to place the rook. Let's see. Let me update the board. Oh, she made a decision, going back to c8. In chess, it's important that sometimes we do need to go backwards too, not just forward, and sometimes we do need to retreat to the exact same square where we are coming from. Still, extremely important to understand that that doesn't mean that we did something wrong. It doesn't mean that our plan or move was not correct. I don't know if here is the best scenario or best example to say it, but sometimes by retreating a piece, you are making sure, obviously, that your rook is safe. And the one piece that can never ever retreat is the pawn. All the pawns. So this probably is not the best example because I don't see b3 as that's a bad move for white. But there are cases where you want to provoke your opponent to push a pawn, then you come back and you're gonna be like, ha ha ha, try to copy me. You can't. The pawn cannot go back. It's a lot of times with examples in front of the king. I guess a good example would be when we want to attack and you try to push your pawns to attack the opponent's king. I don't think you guys do it. You guys are a lot smarter than that. You are very big brain. You would never ever make your own king vulnerable. But once you push the pawn in front of your king, it never goes back, even when you need the protection of the pawn. And sometimes, more subtle, you push somewhere else. But it could create weak squares. It could create weaknesses that are no longer guarded by the pawn. I don't think here it's crucial. I don't think here it's what matters. But if we had a knight on b5, for instance, then that knight could jump to c3, and that would be a fork, because the queen and the rook would be attacked and the pawn is not there. So it's not exactly what's happening in the game, but just bear in mind that retreating moves are not bad. Always. Sometimes passivity is bad, and you wish you could always keep your pieces active and going forward. But especially when it's provoking a pawn push, it could be worth it. So Alex went to c4, the pawn was pushed, and she came back. I wish we had a horsey here or here, jumping here. Not the case. But the game goes on and nothing really major changed. The rooks are now doubled, which is a little bit of an alert moment for the black queen. Once the rooks are doubled, this bishop could go away and now freely attack our queen. Earlier, that bishop couldn't move because the rook was gonna be hanging. Luckily for us, this bishop doesn't really threaten to take here. Then we're gonna take the bishop with the queen, so it will be attacked, but we are winning a piece. Any other moves, any other retreats, it's fine. If the pawn was on b2, the bishop couldn't go to b2, so subtle differences, but nothing major. I wonder if Alex will move the queen, and I think she did. I think she just played queen to f8, and I like that move a lot. That is a great spot for the queen. Why is it a great spot? Steps out of the d file. 1. Doubles up on the f5 pressure. 2. Attacking the pawn on f4. Immediate threat to the opponent. And also, as number 3, this diagonal or this diagonal are potentially available for the queen as well. So this, I think, was a smart decision. Bishop e3 by the opponent is smart too because it guards the pawn. It's a retreating move. Pay attention. bishop drop back, retreats, but because of the bishop's retreat, this pawn is guarded and the rooks of white are free to enter black's camp. I don't want to see a rook on d7, so we need to do something about this. But what is it that we can do? What is it that we can do? Yeah, she was winning yesterday. That's really a pity, as Gerber is saying. She deserved it. She was so crushing it against a really strong opponent. But in the time trouble, under the pressure, now she has more time. But yesterday, if she had a little bit more time yesterday, I think she would have found the winning move. It was a winning combination. It wasn't easy. But she had very close to move 40, around move 37. She had a winning combination. And if she had the time, she would have found it in yesterday's game. Dina drew yesterday, I believe. And she's playing now. Still, we are checking on her game too sometimes, in between. Let's see what she will play. What do you guys think? What do you predict? Let me refresh. Oh shoot, by refreshing it flipped the board. Never mind. Now. This is the threat. This pawn was not taken, by the way. The b6 pawn has been hanging earlier and now it's hanging again once the queen moved away, but white was not interested in trading this pawn for this pawn. After rook takes f4, our pieces on the f file are looking pretty nice. This queen, the queen will have to move and then the king is more vulnerable. As we said, this long diagonal, the king without the g pawn, the back rank. I think it's very understandable that white doesn't want to take the pawn on b6, instead protects the pawn and wants to play rook d7. Alex is playing bishop to c5, I believe. We're gonna see it on the board in a second if I didn't misclick. Why is it not updating? Now! No! It was a slight delay. Slight delay, we saw it first on the video and now on the board. I like that move, because by offering a rook trade not, a bishop trade. I was already thinking of the rooks coming in, going there. By offering a bishop trade, our rook is getting empowered again. Once we trade this bishop, the pawn on f4 will be hanging. It's a good move. It's a good move. It's so good that we're gonna listen to Andrea. We're gonna listen to Andrea before the opponent is back. Are you ready to learn more about Coinbase, our sponsor of today? You guys ready? Take it away, Andrea.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message, and that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Presented by Coinbase! Thank you, Andrea, for the wise words. That was definitely not reading. She knows all that by heart. She knows all that by heart. As we know, opening theory by heart till move 40. We all do, don't we? Don't we all know all the opening theory of every single opening on the planet? Moves have been played? No, the opponent is away, which means that he's losing even more time. He's losing even more time. Oh, by the way, I forgot that every time Andrea comes back from the future, I need to do my squats. He's back. I need to do it fast. He's gonna make a move. I need to move too. He's gonna make a move. Okay, just bear with me. This is for my physio and for the health of my knees. But in the meantime, we're gonna discuss. Maybe I shouldn't talk like this because the audio quality is gonna be horrible. Up and down, the voice is going up and down. What can the opponent do? Give me your best suggestions on what do you think white will do about this bishop trade. Will they take on c5? Will they move the rook to d7? What's gonna happen to the f4 pawn? A lot of questions. Lots of questions. He's gonna quit? That would be great. But I don't think he'll resign just yet. Not yet. It's leg day, exactly. Why is Alex's birth year besides her name? She's younger than that. And I think you guys know. But that is a funny comment. I appreciate all the funny and big brain comments in the chat. You guys are amazing. It's 17,000 people rooting for Miss Alexandra Botez. Bishop Trade, I need to sit down. Wait for me, Alex. Wait for me to catch my breath. Bishop takes c5, and she took back with the pawn. I like it, because if she had taken back with the rook, that would be the Botez gambit. Way too on brand. We love Alex the way she is, but I don't think she wants to play the Botez gambit at a classical chess tournament in the last round to finish on a high note. So maybe it's better she didn't. She took back with the pawn. She also could have taken with the queen, but then there's no pressure on the f4 pawn. I think this is the best choice. Keeping the back rank, keeping the pressure. This pawn is now hanging. What will I do? What will I do about it? Let's see. What is he gonna do? Eugene? 20 minutes left for Eugene. And an hour, 1 minute, and 1 second for Alex and her death stare. Yes, that's the situation. Not an easy situation for Eugene. Eugenio. I'm sorry I'm butchering his name. I don't know how to pronounce it because he's from Germany. His surname sounds Italian. And Eugenio, in Spain at least, would be said as Eugenio. Or Eugenio. Eugene. I'm confused. Maybe we should ask him about the right pronunciation after the game. But he is playing really well. That I know. As confusing as I am with the pronunciation here. Eugenio, you think? Could be. Yeah, it's not a German name, neither the surname. So, probably his family is partially Italian, that would be my guess. He's down to 19 minutes. Remember that he needs to make it to move 40 in order to get extra time. Eugenio? Could be. Could be. Yu-Gi-Oh? That's another alternative, I guess. Eugenio? Could be, as well. I guess it all depends on which country and which kind of pronunciation. Many options. What's not an option for us is resignation. We're gonna fight till the end. Slightly worse position. We are down a pawn, but we are about to win it back if the opponent forgets that the pawn on f4 is hanging. Alright, that could happen. Thank you so much, Jis, for the many gifted subs, including gifting to Bramal, my longtime community member. Thank you guys. To all the wholesome tomatoes out there, I truly appreciate that you're here. If you guys don't know why I say wholesome tomatoes, that's how my community is called. As I know it's not as crazy cool as BotezLive, but we all have our lore. We all have our little special communities and cultures on Twitch, don't we? She's looking into his brain. She is. Alex does that a lot, and it works. What doesn't work is me misclicking. This is the position, and Eugene is still thinking. Ticking, ticking, ticking. That time situation is getting lower and lower. I like it. The more time pressure, the more likely that he's gonna make a mistake. It's bound to happen. For now, he needs to deal with the pressure on f4, and honestly, it's not an easy decision to make. Do you move one of your rooks away from the open file to protect the pawn? Or do you just say, I don't care about the hanging pawn, I'm going in? Or do you play something else? The queen could get in here too, both the rook and the queen. That's looking scary, honestly, if both the queen and the rook will appear on the 7th, but we shall see. What is he gonna do? He knows that he's online. Yes, every player at the Reykjavik Open that's playing against streamers, they are assigned to a specific board. That's where Alex can set up her camera for our video feed. And it's the same with other streamers as well. So they always play on the same board, regardless of how many points they have, and their opponents always know that they are on a stream. Yes. How tall is Alex? Very tall. But I'm even taller. True story. It's not like every time we take a picture together with Alex, I need to have her bend her knee so that we fit in the same frame. It's totally not the case. Giga Chad. Yeah, I'm a unit. Yes, exactly. How did you know? Cat face. How did you know? Hammer got fired? No, he's just busy. He was here with us earlier on a call to talk about the preparation, all the intel. They both are very talented. Aww. Thank you. You guys are talented. What do you eat during tournaments, Anna? I don't compete anymore, but when I used to, I was on the Olympic team and I took it very seriously. And what you eat, honestly, is really important too. If it wasn't, why would Magnus carry a chef to his World Championship matches? Maybe I should say it in past. Why he used to do that until he wanted to keep the crown. Because he won't be competing, at least not at the next World Championship match. He will not play to defend his title. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren who will fight for the world title. But yes, fitness, mental and physical health, and also your diet, what you eat is really important. They all matter for your chess performance. I don't think there's like a one specific, you eat this and then you become a grandmaster. It's more of a personal, see what works for you. I know a lot of people have very different approaches. I know grandmasters who have massive meals before the game to make sure that they will not get hungry later. Well, if I have a massive meal, I fall asleep during the first hour of the game. So I think it depends on what works for each person. But a lot of times what you would see is that people bring snacks with them, because the game can last many, many hours. And I eat Lipton to win. Exactly. Damn it. I thought that it's not gonna be spoiled. The secret. Please don't tell others about my lipstick engine. But yeah, by snacks I don't necessarily mean like crisp and such. You would normally see food that's considered to help the brain functions, such as nuts, such as cereal bars, protein bars, chocolate, dark chocolate. Magnus used to bring orange juice to his games for a long time until he got a sponsorship with the mineral water company. So there's all sorts of approaches. But what is definitely the case is that because it's so many hours of hyper focus, you do need something, whether it's a beverage, whether it's something to eat, something light. You don't order a full meal during your game, but you can have a sandwich if you want. A lot of times playing halls will have a bar where you can get at least a sandwich or some kind of a chocolate bar, something small to eat. But most players, I think, would bring something if they have something specific that they eat. I used to eat dark chocolate during games and not energy drinks. Some of them do. Yes, depends on the player. It really is very personal. Depends on the sponsors too, but no, it usually depends on the player a lot. Like you see Alex there with a hot beverage. I'm guessing that's coffee. Alex is a coffee person. Garlic? Good suggestion, Yoda. Eat garlic, preferably before the game. Dina update in a second. Yes, let me just check if I missed any moves. He's still thinking. He's down to 12 minutes. He's down to 12 minutes. Alex's opponent, and this is move 26. He's thinking big and really hard because it is a complex position. He's not sure what to do with this pawn or whether to go for his own attack. But he's going really low on time. Alex has nearly an hour more on her clock. Nearly an hour of time advantage. Let's check in with Dina real quick. Hi Dina, how's it going? This is Dina's board. Updated board of Dina is this. Oh, they are still very much in the middle game. Sorry for the names, this is not. This is the correct one. She's playing with the black pieces against international master Duli Pala from India. Dina needs only a draw to get a norm, but she already has 4 norms, so she's not really playing for the international master norms. She's playing to impress us. No, she's playing to do her best. And she does want to win rating. She needs to gain 100 rating points overall in the near future to get her title. Well, near future or long future. I think she can do it near future, soon. Usually it's not a one tournament task to gain 100 rating points. You can't really do that in classical chess as an adult when you already have an established rating. But even gaining 10, 20 or 30 points, like 30 points is a lot of rating points to gain. But 10, 20 is already a good tournament if you gain ratings like that. Yeah, I also like her jacket a lot. Fashionable lady. Both Alex and Dina always. And Anna Kremling. It's for the International Master title. Is I am better than WGM? Yes, it's a higher title. So WGM is for rating 2300, which Dina already is at, obviously. She has the title, she has the rating. In order to become International Master, she needs 3 norms. She already has 4, so take. But she needs 2400 at least as a rating. 2400. How much rating did you have when you got the IM title? I had above 2400 virtually, which is funny because back then they didn't count the rating every month now as they do it now. But back in the day, I think for the beginning it was every half an hour, every half a year. Then it moved on to every 3 months, like every quarter year. So because it was every couple of months when the ratings would be adjusted, my rating was 2393. But because I was gaining rating during the tournament, it went above 2400, and that is enough for the overall qualification or the overall requirement for the International Master title. It's a bit confusing, and now it's better now, the system, that it's every month that there's a new rating list. Because what is a virtual rating? It's just all very confusing. But yes, you need to hit 2400 one way or the other to get the International Master title other than the norms. So you need 3 norms and the rating. What's your rating now? I no longer compete. I think when I retired, you guys said in the chat, I think 23, 25 was my rating when I retired. But I retired years ago. I'm a very, very retired player. I love making content though. I do stream and host all sorts of events like chess broadcasts, or not just chess but gaming events as well. I do all sorts of variety content now. Chess, gaming, IRL, cooking, arts. I'm trying a little bit this and that, and I'm also running a YouTube channel of over 3 million subscribers. That's my current main job. I'm a channel manager, and I have my own team to work with, which is really cool to see that side of content creation too. And it's not just your own thing that you do, but you're part of a bigger team. And yeah, that's the combination there with gaming as well, because the channel is not a chess one, but a variety gaming channel. It's not my subscribers, but it's the channel where I'm the manager. I'm the boss. I'm the boss there. But it's not a me in front of the camera job, which used to be my job. I used to host events like this. I used to travel to events to be the caster of the official broadcast of tournaments like Big Opens or Grandmaster tournaments. I was the host of the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana in London, in person, next to Judith Polgar, who is like the greatest, biggest female chess player, like the strongest ever female chess player. If you haven't heard Judith's name, like, you are missing out on some of the craziest, coolest tactical chess games, and an absolute legend that Judith is. So Judith was my co-host for the World Championship match in 2018 in London. So that was my job back in the day, pre-pandemic times. They just stopped casting big events. I don't think I stopped fully, but because of the pandemic, I couldn't travel. And then I started working more online, streaming on my own channel, covering events online more, because everything was shut down. So I think it was just the circumstances during the lockdown that we all had to find alternative ways of continuing to work. So I made video courses, I streamed more, I still stream, I covered more events online. And then once the world opened up again, I could have gone back to chess broadcasting as I used to do, but my lifestyle has changed a lot since, and now I'm also doing gaming and variety, so it's not only chess. I guess it's what happens to everybody, whether it's your job or your hobbies. Things change. I love chess, but I also love a lot of other things, and I used to love traveling all the time, but now I like to have a bit more steady weekly schedule of me going to the gym. I have my trainings, I have my physio, I have a lot of things that I do now on site where I live, and I couldn't be doing that if I traveled, and I couldn't be the boss of a big YouTube channel if I traveled. So pros and cons for all sorts of lifestyles and work-life balance as well, which honestly I used to not have work-life balance. But I'm talking a lot and I'm missing out on Alex's game, so let's go back to Alex. Okay, only a few moves have been played, and I'm just gonna fix the name cards real quick. And Alex's name I need to fix too. Which one is it? I copied these layers, now there's all sorts of layers copied. Alex name, where's the other name card? This one. Got it. Totally professional. Totally professional. No, I'm not blind, but thank you for correcting that it was on the right board. I'm trying to handle a lot, so the production itself is also run by me, which for me is quite overwhelming, so bear with me. Bear with me. I fixed it, and I appreciate your patience. I appreciate that. We're gonna catch up with the last moves. And the last moves were, after the bishop trade on c5, we have already addressed that this pawn was hanging on f4. The opponent decided to go to c4, not guarding the pawn, but attacking two of Alex's pawns in return. This is especially a painful one to lose, the e6 pawn, because if we drop that pawn, let's say this move, king goes away. This is a passed pawn. The rook will infiltrate the position, the queen, the rook of white. Very active pieces with a passed pawn, and that would be a bit of a tough spot to be in. Bit of a tough one. Luckily, this is not what happened. And instead of offering this pawn for taking this pawn, Alex protects this pawn by playing rook to e8, guarding the pawn. Now she's threatening to take here. This pawn can be taken, but it's not as important as a central pawn. It's always important to bear in mind whenever you take pieces, whenever you exchange pieces, whenever you take one piece for offering another. So basically, what is it that you give and what is it that you get? And even though at this moment we have two pawns hanging, both pawns are the value of 1 point or 1 pawn, you know, if you think of chess numeric values. But it's not only about the numeric value of how much it is worth, it's also about the quality of the pieces, always. So this pawn, a lot more valuable than this pawn. For white, this pawn, a lot more valuable than this pawn. Oftentimes central pawns are more valuable, oftentimes advanced pawns could be more valuable if they are becoming passed pawns, especially so. But sometimes advanced pawns mean that your king is more vulnerable. Pros and cons for the pawn structure. So always bear in mind where those pawns or pieces are placed. Always bear in mind the context is the quality. It's the quality of the pieces and the pawns that matters, not just what is the numeric value. this rook is more active than this rook, right? This queen is doing a little bit better than this one, although I do like this pressure. Rook e8 was played and rook f1 to guard this pawn. And now, time for Alex to make a decision. This pawn is hanging. She didn't mind that the pawn is hanging. She's playing queen to f7. She wants to triple her pieces on the f file. And in fact, if this pawn is taken, she can then grab the f4 pawn. That's what she's plotting. That's her plan, that this pawn, even though it's hanging, it comes with the price that the f4 pawn will drop. I like it. I like that she's going for activity. I like that she doesn't care about this pawn much, because it's not that important of a pawn. This is more important. Once we have tripled on the f file, let me just make a random move for white to show that we're gonna be threatening the pawn, and also we would be threatening this pawn because of the pin. This would be another way of winning the pawn, that we can get the rook back later on f1. So whether on f4 or on e5, we will be threatening the pawns. Let's see what the opponent played. He's down to 8 minutes. He needs to hurry up. He plays rook to f2 to double the rooks, but this is meaning that his rooks are a lot more passive than Alex's rooks. And that's what we need. That's what we want. She obviously never looks at the chat. How would I say a comment if I never look at the chat? Please, please, everyone. I do appreciate all your comments. I just cannot read every single one always. There's a lot of moving parts. And I appreciate the time and the patience that you guys give me, because sometimes I do need to fix things. It's all running by me, and I'm not as good at IT things, alright? I am not. I am not good at IT. But I'm trying my best to bring you the commentary, the coverage of the last round of the Reykjavik Open presented by Coinbase, Alex's last game in Iceland. So let's see what is it that she's gonna do to sum up the current situation. She has already made a move. Never mind. Never mind, we are not summing up anything. Never mind. Oh, someone was about to knock our video footage away from our eyes? Huh? Did you guys see that? Alex needs to adjust now. Did you see? They almost knocked over our camera. Protecting her content? Exactly. This is big drama. I agree. I agree. Oh, the horror, the nerve. How dare! How dare! There's 18,000 people watching and someone was gonna knock down our camera? Come on! In what world are we living? Big drama making a Twitter post right now. Please do. Please do. The world needs to know. This is bad. Sabotage. This is really bad. Hopefully Alex is not gonna get tilted from this. She played g5. Let's see what is happening on the board. I know that the camera and potential loss of our camera was a little more scary than the position, but g5, honestly, there's a lot to talk about. Jay, thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 1, and thanks so much to all of you for the kind words, for the nice positive support to Alex to win her game, as well as all the subscriptions, the cheers, and for watching, for watching the coverage, for following her coverage all these days, all this week in Iceland. I gotta try not to sneeze. Spring and Anna are not the best combo with allergies, but we gonna see what Eugene played, because I think he already made a move. Moves like g5 are not easy to play, but sometimes are necessary. It's not easy to play because it's in front of your own king. You're tearing up the position in front of your own king. So it's a double-edged sword, but Alex played it because this pawn cannot be taken. If the pawn is taken, we are winning a rook. So there's a pin on the f file because of the rook and the queen, and we can bring a third one too, as mentioned. g5, I'm loving it. I think it's great. King to g1. King to g1? The bar went nuts and I'm thinking the same. What is king g1? he's nervous. Eugene, he's low on time. He's up a pawn, but he's low on time. And Alex has put a lot of pressure on him. So the fact that Black is winning, I told you guys. Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you that we are winning? I told you. There's no reason to worry. We are winning. Easy peasy. That's a problem for me, because I promised that the bin bag unibrow look will be back if Alex wins. Now that's another story to tell, but we don't have time for the story right now. What is happening? The bar is broken? Is it? I started to be celebrating because honestly I do think that she's doing great. Like, there's so much pressure. No, I don't think the bar is broken. Why would it? Maybe it is broken, but the position is broken too. What can I do? There's so much pressure on this pawn. All of Black's pieces are attacking the pawn on f4. All the heavy pieces and the pawn. The king is vulnerable. Ours is getting a little exposed, but not as much as the white king. I think this is great. I think she is doing great. I'm gonna refresh in case that changes. Please don't tell me white is winning now. Okay, maybe she's not winning yet, but she's gonna be winning soon. I would make a bet. In fact, I'm so confident that this bin bag is getting closer and closer. He's playing very slow. He's down to 5 minutes. Alex has 55 minutes. I think he's not gonna be able to deal with this pressure. Time pressure, positional pressure. Massive multiplied pressure, and with barely any minutes left to think through the complexity of such a pinned threats here, threats their position. This is straight out hanging. If that pawn drops, this will be hanging too, and the king side is opening up. I think we're gonna win this game, guys. Prepare. Prepare. I think we're gonna win this. He is taking on c5. Okay, that's a pawn, but these pawns are more important. And Alex takes on f4 with the pawn. Queen takes, pawn takes. Now the g file has opened up toward both kings. The queen is coming back to c3 to protect the e5 pawn. That already doesn't seem to be the best move according to the engine. Now it's showing equality even though Black is down a pawn still. Imagine how active Alex's pieces are and how threatening her current piece placement and plans are here. How much play she has and how much counterplay there is if the bar is showing equality being material down. So normally, if you're up a pawn, the engine would say you're +1. Instead of +1, the engine is showing 0, 0, 0. Meaning that she has about +1 of advantage in terms of activity. She's pushing her pawn to f3. I like it. The bar is not that convinced, but I think in a practical game that is a good decision. That pawn is annoying. It makes sure that the rook can never give us check or cover when we give a check. So this king could start to get more and more exposed through the g file. This rook is more limited. This is a passed pawn. As long as we don't lose that pawn, this pawn is freaking annoying. It's strong as a pass pawn. It is making the white king's life harder, and it gives now even more space to the black pieces. What not to love about it? What not to love about it? Eugene down to 4 minutes 45 seconds. This is move 32. He needs to play 8 more moves to make it to move 40. 8 more moves. That's quite a lot. Quite a lot to do when you only have 30-second increment in a classical game. Alex, on the other hand, has all the time in the world to think and calculate. He's stressed. It shows. He must be very nervous, yes. He played... Where did he put that rook? Rook... Wait, no, did he move the king? What did he do? trying to see it from the camera because my board is not updating it. He moved the king, right? He moved it back to the corner. Imagine he moved the king to g1 a few moves ago when he wanted to guard the rook. Now he's moving it back, obviously, because the king was not doing anything on g1. He wants to try to give that space, that square up for the rook, potentially, and make his king safer in the corner. That's true. It's better to have it tugged away and not be on the exact only open file on the king's side. I'm curious how will Alex proceed. There's all sorts of options for moves like queen to h5 to start coming even closer, but also put pressure at the same time on the e5 pawn, always protecting our pawn too. So you can improve the position further by making moves that continue to guard the f3 pawn, but also put more pressure on other pieces of the opponent or other pawns. Rook f4 if you just want to get closer a little bit. She doesn't need to come up with anything massively concrete. There is no win here. There is no tactics. But she needs to continue putting pressure on her opponent, pressure on the board, and pressure, further pressure, time situation wise. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That's all that her opponent has. He does seem really nervous. He does. Let's see. Let's see if Alex will play queen h5 or is she planning something else. You think he needs to go to the restroom? That's another problem when you're in time travel. I must tell you, that is a serious issue. Playing over the board classical chess, but if you do go into the final minutes of your time situation and you need to make it to a certain time to not lose, obviously, you cannot even go to the restroom. A lot of times, especially with playing halls like this, it's a massive playing hall, and the bathrooms would be quite a few minute walk away. There have been cases where I have witnessed grandmasters running through the playing hall because they were trying to make it back in time from the bathroom. Sometimes it really is very far. You need to take that into account when you're playing chess. That it takes time to make it back. It is an actual issue. Players running to make it back from the bathroom, and he doesn't have the time to stand up and go. I'm pretty sure that with 4 minutes on your clock, you cannot go to the bathroom. So Alex could spend a lot of time thinking. No, not suggesting that. You spend time on what you need to spend time. I don't know of people that would have used that as like a strategy. I think it's a lot worse also for players that are smokers, for instance, and they really feel that need that they need to go out and smoke, and they cannot if they are in the last few minutes and they are nervous. So chess encourages a healthy lifestyle and giving up on smoking so that you don't need the smoking breaks either. But yeah, that happens to grandmasters who are smokers or who have, issues like me. I'm drinking a lot of water. I'm gonna need a bathroom break in a moment. I think once Eugene makes it to move 40 or closer to the time travel, I'm gonna need a bathroom break too. For streamers, it's a bit easier. The bathroom is usually near in your home. You don't need to go through 5 halls or another floor of the hotel to make it there, but it happens. Let's see if she's making a decision. Sorry, I misclicked. Happens to me all the time. Whenever I play chess, whenever I play video games, misclicking is the story of my life. Appropriate song? It is, right? Let's see. Where's Andrea today? She'll be joining in just about an hour. Let me check actually the exact time, but she'll be here soon. Andrea will be taking over later, and that later is, I think I have here the time. Let me double check. Yeah, in approximately an hour, Andrea will be streaming. But before that, we're gonna have her as future Andrea, you know? So 2 hours then? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? She's gonna be here. Andrea from the future will be here sooner, yes. Every hour of the stream. Andrea from the future. Alex is... Oh, I was gonna say taking a while, but no, she already played King H8 as well. This looks like a little bit of a copium situation, exactly. But both of them are making a smart decision. You don't want your king on an open file. King H1, King H8. And subtle moves like this, as much as I like Queen H5, I also like King H8 as a prophylactic move. And as well as sometimes the hardest decisions to take for someone in time trouble is when nothing particular is happening. It's not an immediate trade, it's not a check, it's not a forcing capture. So he needs to think on like a bigger scale, bigger picture with not much time. He played queen to c6, I think? Trying to see it from the board, because my one is not updating just as quick. Queen to c6. That's a good move, because it is putting pressure on this pawn as it was before, but also these. At the same time, it's no longer guarding the e5 pawn, but I think he wants to give that up in order to take on f3. Let's see what Alex will play. Now Queen h5 wouldn't be the same, because this pawn can be taken. But even if she makes a move like a5, I don't know if that's the best or not. I'm just saying that even if she doesn't make anything like very committal or anything forcing, but just gets one of the pawns out of harm's way, White still will be in a situation where he's gonna need to come up with something within only 4 minutes of his time situation. Now, what could be useful for White, and unfortunately that is a possible threat, and now I'm not liking that. If this pawn starts marching forward, I don't like that. That's a pass pawn. The closer it is to the promotion square, the scarier it gets, and that's easy to play. So for someone in time pressure, if there's nothing concrete going on, I changed my mind. The position with queen on c3, in situations like this, you don't really need to hurry that much unless you find, obviously, an opportunity. You need to take it. But if there is no particular concrete line, it's not that big of a deal. It's not the end of the world, because the opponent too doesn't have anything concrete. Now with the queen on c6, what is a bit scary is that if Alex takes it slow, this pawn will start being pushed. And we don't want that. She played a5, and that's the move I was looking at, but now I'm a bit scared if this is pushed. Maybe it's not too scary. Maybe it's not that scared, because she could then take on e5 and give up the f3. I don't know. She doesn't want to take that. If you do ever take here and White takes here, that is a bit too much. Your rook needs to come back and trade. That is a position that is only winnable by White, unless White makes a massive blunder, like a Botez gambit needs to be played. So I'm slightly concerned if White just starts pushing the c pawn. We need to do something, but what is the something we can do? He made a move, which is c4. Okay, that's the move I didn't want to see, so Eugene, stop it. Please. He is nervous. He is visibly very nervous. Yes. Evil bar bugged. I can refresh, but I don't know. It might show advantage to White because White is up a pawn and has a pass pawn. Yeah, it does get buggy. To be fair, you are right that it was showing advantage, but way more advantage. Thank you for the reminder. Sometimes I need to refresh it. It's true, it gets stuck or just buggy. Imagine playing chess, needing to go to the toilet and being streamed to 20k people. And he's drinking more water! Eugene! Big mistake! What a blunder! But that's so hard because you sit there for hours, you're hyper-focused, you really need all your brain powers and you get thirsty. But now he's drinking! He's drinking! That was a big mistake. I'm doing the same. I do need the bathroom, but I'm not going until we make it to move 40. We need to make sure that time trouble is already completed. I'm not going to the bathroom either. He's not going anywhere either. I'm in the same shoes, but I think his one is a slightly more worrying one. Hydrate, but do it carefully. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm showing solidarity with you, Gino. That's why I'm doing it. It's not like I drink massive bottles of water every stream and I need a bathroom break every hour nearly. Totally not the case. What about Queen G6? Yeah, something like that would be good. Because then you're still guarding the pawn and trying to build up something, but I just need to see what is the something. I don't really see it that clearly. Although, wait a second. No, once we move the queen, we have said that the pawn can be taken. So it's not easy to make progress. Ma'am, excuse me. I don't see what Alex played. Hello? Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Queen Alex. Absolutely. Like, what did he think? Please. It's already the second drama moment of the day. Giga Chad. Yeah, Alex is Giga Chad for telling them to let... Hey, dude. 20k people are watching your back. How dare you stand in public space? Exactly. Oh, well. Let's see. Oh, okay. Moves. Why is my board not updating? Rook f4 was played and Eugene played something. He pushed e3. Oh, he wants to push b4. That's a bit strange. I thought he was just gonna try to push the c-pawn. I think this is a bit slow, but... Well, he believes in the pair of connected pass pawns, which honestly... is something to believe in, but also I believe in Alex's very powerful pieces. I like this. So I think she found the right way to regroup, to get her rook closer, to give this square available for the queen. The queen is threatening the pawn, but also could go this way. I like it. I do like it. How many more moves? This is move 36. 4 more moves for Eugene, and then he can go to the bathroom. Me too, but more important for him. Oh, so I haven't sneezed yet, which is great. Sorry that my allergies are a bit... But it's not too bad. I had worse. Streams where I couldn't stop sneezing. I remember one particular... It was a Champions Tour coverage. And I joined Hikaru. Imagine... I was in like my worst spring break allergies. It just came in the middle of the broadcast. It's not like I knew that I'm gonna be like sneezing and my nose is running like crazy and I'm commentating with Hikaru and I can't stop my nose. It's not good. Allergies are not nice. Especially when there's thousands of people watching as you're trying to breathe. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, the moves are coming in. Queen to f5 and Eugene played b4. So he's creating connected pass pawns. But I'm looking at options like this to attack it. It does leave this pawn alone, but we need to make progress. We do need to regroup our pieces too and put pressure on these ones, because right now these are the problem pieces, but the problem situation, the connected pass pawns. If we take a takes, these two pawns are pass pawns and are helping each other, so we do need to act. We cannot just let them go and march hand in hand. That's gonna be a queen. We don't want that. Does Alex have a super move on move 39? Hopefully. Hopefully. This is move 37. Eugene needs to play 3 more moves to get extra time. Let's see, what will she come up with? What do you guys think? No, she's not winning on time. It's not like you're gonna flag your opponent, but because time is part of the game, the time pressure could give you winning chances. Because what you have seen, that her opponent is nervous. Nervous because of the time pressure, nervous because it's a complex position where you would need more time to think. So it's not the time alone that can give you a win. Most people don't flag in classical chess, but the time pressure can make you not have the right amount of time or the right mindset, the right emotions, the right mind. I'm not explaining it. The right frame of mind is the word I was looking for. It's a lot of complex factors, but overall, time pressure for most people is unpleasant. There are time pressure addicts, so let's not put it together with the group of people like Grandmaster Alexander Grishuk, who absolutely thrives under time pressure. It's almost like he needs it. It's almost like he needs that adrenaline boost. Most of us, mortal human beings, we play worse under time pressure. So that's why Eugene's time situation is crucial. It's a pressure that can make him make worse decisions. Less time, less quality in terms of the decisions, less time to figure out what is going on. Problem with this, captures are easy, so this is an easy move, and now he's 2 moves closer to completing move 40. He'll be out of the time pressure in just 2 moves. But also the bar is saying that this is equal. I wonder if it's with Queen D3 to try to pick up these pawns, even if it means giving up this pawn, but try to pick up these ones before they promote. You don't want to see them go up the board. You don't want to see them march up the board like crazy. It's the same person? Is it the same person? Poor fella. He might just be like the biggest fan of Alex or Eugene, and he just wants to see the game. So e5 can be, she can take here and trade this pawn for this pawn. She can take, she can try to take here, not the b4 pawn, but I mean the c4 pawn. Let's see which one she will come up with. She does need to go for something concrete, because now if we go with the slow subtle moves, any slow subtle move here is not good because this pawn is running. Both pawns are running hand in hand. Is she out if she loses this game? This is the last round for everybody, so unfortunately everybody is out regardless of the result. This is the final round, the final day in Iceland. I hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. I hope that you had fun watching the games of Alex, and I hope it will encourage her to play even more competitive chess in the near future. Let me know what you have thought of the broadcast, and what will you tell Alex next time you see her? You know, do you want to see her compete more? Do you want to see more competitive chess coverage? Exactly, she's the GOAT. Yes, no, yes, defo, more, yes. We want to see Hammer? I'm sorry, I'm not Hammer. Hammer is busy today, but I do have my other cards, just to remind everybody of my more professional name card. There. She obviously would have loved to have her coach commentating, and he was commentating every day except for the last 2 days, I believe. And we also had him on the call today. So those of you who were here early, Mr. Hammer was here giving us all the intel on the preparation. Just do a Hammer voice, that's enough to fool most. I wish I could have that smooth, deep voice and full of optimistic, profound thoughts. Honestly, he is Mr. Positivity. He always is just so believing in Alex's positions. It's crazy. I thought I'm an optimistic person, but I cannot compete with Hammer. I cannot compete with that level of positivity. It's just impossible. Let's see what Alex will play. So we don't want to play Queen of 7. That was an example of a bad move. You don't want to let these pawns just do their thing. You need to either take here, you need to either move here, you need to do something. I'm gonna refresh in case that bar, I think it's about equal still, or is it changing its mind? Slightly changing its mind, showing white advantage. Let me flip the board. But it's not that big of a deal. It's really, I think, as of now, it's looking more like it's gonna be a draw, but the opponent is low on time, and the position is really critical and complex. One of them will win, I think, is the more practical. Objectively, should be a draw, but both of them can make a mistake. Eugene, because of the time pressure. Alex, because of the position not being easy. She's down a pawn and she's facing 2 pass pawns running. Eugene is having more water. Eugene is having more water. I'm just saying, this is risky. This is very dangerous. He's getting a bit calmer. I think he is. He's feeling that now that the time control is 2 moves away. For those of you that are not fully sure of the time control for this tournament, it's classical chess. The gentleman next to Eugene is about to fall asleep because today's round is a bit earlier than other days. It's an hour and a half for the first 40 moves. There's a 30-second increment per move, so you always get a little bit of bonus, but in classical chess, 30 seconds is not that much if you start with 90 minutes. And what happens when you complete move 40, if you make it through the first 40 moves of the game, you get an extra half an hour added to the clock. Thank you so much, Mazzo. Thank you very much for the full year of support. I truly appreciate it. The ladies appreciate it. Andrea will be here with us soon. As soon as the time control is completed, I think Andrea will be here. First as future Andrea and later as present day Andrea. Why did I stop competing? I guess it's what happens with many of us with many things, whether it's work or hobbies. We change. I used to love competing. I competed since I was a primary school kid. I learned to play chess when I was 4. I competed ever since I was in 1st grade primary school. I first had the smaller objectives of winning the local children's tournament. Then I started to have more like the bigger goals, like winning my county's championship under 10 or under 12, the age groups. Then a more national, nationwide competitions to try to become a Hungarian champion. I won my first Hungarian championship when I was 11. And then I kept competing at youth tournaments, then adult tournaments. I started winning also the grown-up tournaments sometimes, not always. And my overall goal was always, ever since I was a kid, I had this one overall goal in chess. Do you know what it was? I had a picture on my wall. I told this story a few times, but not that many times. Ever since I was a kid, I had a picture on my wall. That was my overall goal. To be a streamer. I didn't even know streaming was a thing when I was 10. It probably wasn't a thing, or maybe it was just like very... YouTube, even YouTube, yeah, it wouldn't have been a big thing when I was a kid. I wanted to be an Olympian. The Olympic team. That was always my goal. Next to Judith, yes, Judith was on the Olympic team. She was my idol. And even though she played for the men's team, for the overall, the open sections team, that was my goal, to be on the same team. as Judith Polgar and the rest of the legends from Hungary. I am from Hungary and I wanted to be on the Olympic team of Hungary. And the move, exactly. I'll tell you more later, because now that doesn't matter. I did make it to the team though. I did make it to the team. But then I played for the team for many years. And then I had other interests. I started broadcasting and making video courses and streams. So priorities change, goals change. And it's great to have objectives and be motivated, but it doesn't stay permanent. You don't always seek the same thing. Queen h3. I like it. I was looking mainly in this direction, not the horsey move, but I was looking this direction for the pawns, but Alex is going this way. She's trying to... Oh! I think she wants to bring one of the rooks to the g-file. Then the pawn is untouchable because she's giving checkmate on g2. I'm loving it. Okay. There's gonna be a lot of pressure on Eugene. He's down to a minute and a half. He's pushing his pawn. But what Alex is trying to do, I believe, is one of the rooks coming to the g5. I will need to see which rook is more accurate, whether it's the f4 rook or the other rook. But once the rook is on the g5, she's gonna try to go to g2, I believe. Let's say rook g4 and rook g2. And then threatening queen h to checkmate, and if you take, it's checkmate on g2. I think that's it. Rook g4. Yes, exactly. Rook g4. And not moving this rook, because then the back rank will be vulnerable. So b5 is played, and Alex is going rook to g4. She played it. She's threatening rook to g2, and then checkmate on h2. If you take on g2, it's checkmate on g2. This pawn cannot be taken because it's checkmate on g2. I think she's doing it. And if she wins, I need to put on the bin bag unibrow look. Don't ask me why. We're gonna explain that later. Wow. Okay, I know. Just make sure you don't get hyper excited. The bar is either stuck or the bar thinks that there's still a defense. Well, Eugene only has a minute to figure that out, so that's his problem, not ours. How do you prevent this? Rook g1 could be a move. But then what happens if Alex brings the other rook? That then her king will be exposed. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe white should try to trade a rook, and then even though Alex has a backup rook, then her back rank will be vulnerable and white could give perpetual check. I think then it's a draw. But he has to find it. He's down to 45 seconds and he has to find it. He's gonna get checkmated if he doesn't find the only defense here. The evil bar is bugged again. Maybe. Well, he could take here. That is true. That's the only downside of moving this rook. The reason why I was looking a little bit more at this, so that this pawn is not hanging. But then the back rank would be... It's hard to have it all, right? It's hard to make sure that everything is under control. What's not under control is Eugene's time down to 14 seconds. 13, 12. He's about to make a move. 10 seconds. What did he play? What? What is the move? It's not updating on my board, and I don't see it from the camera. He did not take the pawn. Is it queen d6? Oh, queen d6 to attack the rook. Okay, subtle move, but makes sense, because this is hanging a lot. But that's fine, because we could still just double rooks. Oh, maybe when she doubles rooks, that's when he wants to take here. But then we win the queen. Wait, yeah, he couldn't take the pawn earlier. What am I talking about? He couldn't take the pawn earlier because that's a Botez gambit. Queen takes e6 was gonna be a Botez gambit, so rook g4 was great. If you had taken the pawn, rook g4, check, sacrificing the rook, but you win the queen. That was brilliant by Alex. That was so well played. I didn't notice it immediately. That was part of her plan. That was all part of her plan. She's playing to provoke the Botez gambit. Queen d6 was played. This is move 40. So we gonna be able to breathe, but even more so for Eugene. He's gonna be able to go to the bathroom if he wishes so. Alex played rook to g8, doubling the rook. So this still cannot be taken. Same Botez gambit. We win the queen. No, she didn't miss it. her opponent didn't play it. I'm just showing that if this pawn is taken ever, she's winning the queen. She did not miss it. She saw it. She saw it before I saw it. She had queen g2. Oh, she did. Oh no, I think she noticed it. Look at her face. I think she knows. I think she knows she had queen g2. Oh no. Oh no, she missed it. She missed checkmate and she knows. Oh gosh. She knows she missed it. Queen d6 was a mistake, was a blunder. She had queen g2, Botez gambit. That's why you guys said she missed it. She did. I did. I was still analyzing in my head the other line. Queen g2, beautiful Botez gambit. Had to be taken. Pawn takes, and then it's checkmate. Whether you want to queen and pick a third rook or another queen, you decide. It's checkmate. Wouldn't it have been beautiful? G takes f1 rook. Also, you can pick a queen, honestly, or take with the rook. There's so many checkmates. She missed it. Oh no, and she saw it right after she saw it. You could see it on her face that she saw it. She played rook fg8, and the problem is, once the rook is off of the f5, it's not the same. It ain't the same, and there's 30 minutes added to the clocks. Eugene plays queen to d2 to guard the second rank, but I don't think she can. I'm sorry, I don't think he can defend. I don't think this is gonna hold. Let me update so that the bar is also having a bit more of a time to adjust. Can he hold this now with the queen here? Maybe? It just looks really passive, but maybe he had to play it. Maybe that was the only way. She still has queen g2. So if queen g2... Oh gosh, she still has queen g2. And she knows that queen g2 is a pattern because she realized it the move before, that she had it. She's gonna be thinking, okay, she plays rook g2. But that should be good too, right? She played rook g2. Queen g2 was still good, but she plays rook g2. Isn't that good as well? Let's take a look. Isn't that good too? That's a draw. Is it? Winning? GG? Draw? Oh no. The bar is bugged. The bar is. Eugene's playing very fast too. Eugene played queen f4. But yeah, well, he had to. To be fair, that was his only move, to guard h2. He's threatening to give perpetual check. Oh, sorry. The arrows. I mean that he's threatening to give constant checks. That's why it's saying draw. Oh no, she still had queen g2 a move later, but the problem is, once you miss something big, and she knew that she missed checkmate, she knew that she missed that tactic, once you know that, you end up thinking, how stupid I was, why did I not see it? I had those thoughts myself, so I know way too well that situation. And then you think that you already blew it. Then you think that you no longer have that move. But yeah, she should probably have taken a bit more time on the previous move, but I think she was upset because she missed it. It's really hard. As I said, chess is also a psychological battle, and that's also your internal battle, how to deal with your emotions and your own ups and downs during a game. She knew that she missed checkmate. She knew it. You could see it on her face. And once she missed it, she thought that, well, that she was angry, or probably is still angry at herself. And that meant that she didn't spend time and say, okay, that happened, it's in the past, blank page, what's objectively the situation? It's really hard to just know what's objectively the situation. And as Gerber is pointing out, yeah, most of us, we know it because we have an engine. The rest of the human beings there, mortal human beings in the playing hall, they need to figure things out with their own brains, under their own emotional emotional as well as time situation wise, other factors, take all that into account. It's hard. That's the reason why even grandmasters make mistakes. Even the world champion makes mistakes. No one is a machine. And even if they are capable of finding those moves, Alex is more than capable, and she saw it. She saw it one move late. That happens a lot of times with all the emotions and rage that she's really upset that she missed it. So it was still a possibility, because if she had played queen to g2, rook takes, pawn takes, king goes here, then she takes, queen, king takes, and then you win the queen. So you give this rook check, king goes up here or here, doesn't matter, then you win the queen. And she was gonna be upper rook. Still, these two pawns were gonna be marching, so you need to make sure that in that upper rook endgame, you will not let the opponent to queen. But she would have been able to handle that if she had spent a little bit more time there and wasn't under that negative influence of her own emotions. It's very hard to think clear when your mind is clouded with a particular emotion, especially an emotion like that you are upset, and you're blaming yourself, you're angry that you missed something, and you think you already had lost that chance. It's hard. Very hard. The current position is the following. Rook to g2 was played and queen f4, and now Alex is thinking, I wish she just had stopped to spend more time a move ago, but I know very well the feeling when you miss something and then you just can't even make yourself to calm down and take a longer think. You cannot. Sometimes you are in this mindset that, oh gosh, I missed it, I'm so stupid, why did I do it, I missed that checkmate, and I no longer have it. And she probably thought rook g2 was the most straightforward continuation, so that there was nothing to think about, because queen g2 was already lost as an option. She didn't see it objectively. It happens. The live board is this one. This is the current position, and she's thinking, which gives us time to bring on Andrea, future Andrea, for a moment to thank our sponsor. Let me pause our music, and we're gonna listen to Andrea from the future.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message, and that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Presented by Coinbase. Thank you, Andrea. Thanks so much for all the big brain words about our sponsor of today. Huge shout out to the team of Coinbase, and do check it out at the comment. We're gonna have Andrea joining us soon, not only from the future but also from the present. And I don't know how Eugene is doing it. Maybe he never needed to go to the bathroom. Maybe he tricked us. I need to go though, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. You guys stay or take a bathroom break too, but root for Alex. There's almost 20,000 of us wanting that win for Alex. I feel bad for Eugene. He's a great guy. It looks like he's doing really well, but we want Alex to win. So we're gonna root for Alex, taking a quick bathroom break. And when I'm back, we're gonna check in with what's the current situation of the Queen f4. I'm afraid that now this is heading toward a draw. I was ready to wear the beanbag and the unibrow look, but it still might happen. Still might happen. It's really a pity for the missed checkmate though. That's a pity, but Alex needs to pull herself together and see what's next from this new chapter of the game. What's done is done. She needs to reevaluate, reassess, and see if she can find a different way of trying to get that win. Even if objectively it's no longer in the position, the bar is... Let me just update. Why is the bar going... It's buggy today, like a lot. It should be objectively about to draw, but a move ago it was completely winning, so things changed very quickly. Be right back. Be right back, everyone, and I'll leave you with this epic music. I'm gonna increase the music while I leave so that you guys can tune in fully into the mind of Alex and give all your best vibes to her to continue fighting, even though she knows that she missed it. She knows that she missed a huge opportunity. She needs to overcome the feeling of missing it, the rage, the anger, and she needs to see whether she can proceed with further ideas and play on. Let's see. Please tell me I haven't missed anything major. Has Alex made a move since I left? I think she hasn't. But let me update the board just in case. I think she's still thinking of the Queen F4. I was worried. That as soon as I take a bathroom break, maybe she's gonna be mate in 2. Luckily, it hasn't happened yet. I think she was just waiting for all of us to return from our bathroom / snack breaks, because I must say I was very hungry too, so I need a bit of a bite. A bit of a snack. I don't know how Eugene is doing it. I would have predicted an immediate bathroom break for Eugene. He was in time pressure for the last many moves and he didn't stand up after. As soon as he completed move 40, I thought he was gonna like swoop out of the playing hall. But he didn't. And he doesn't seem to be hungry either. I have no idea how he's doing it. I have no idea. Alex doesn't seem to be hungry either. She does have her coffee, but I haven't seen her eat anything. Some players deal with it better than others. I eat very often. I don't have big meals, but I eat often. So when it's a couple of hours broadcast, my bathroom breaks are also like food breaks. I eat like a cereal bar, nuts, banana, something very quick to eat. She's still mad, possibly. I mean, how would you feel? Let's try to, everyone, we're gonna do a mental exercise. We're gonna do a mental exercise and we're gonna try to picture ourselves sitting there in the playing hall in Reykjavik, in Iceland. Sitting there, knowing that the moment when our opponent played move 40, and move 40 is so known for it. That's the move where you complete time control, so it was like the key moment in a lot of games, or move before or the exact move. But this move, and that she missed. Queen G2, rook takes, pawn takes, king here, checkmate here, or checkmate here. You pick the piece you want. You could even pick, I think, the rook for aesthetics. 3 rooks checkmate. I haven't seen many of them in my life. But imagine you're playing and this is what you missed. Promote tonight for a great thumbnail. That would be a great thumbnail. The only problem is it's not checkmate. But you will still get checkmate, I guess, a move later or 2. So yeah, I mean, if you want to play with your food. But yeah, imagine missing checkmate in 1, 2, 3 moves. And after Alex plays rook fg8, queen d2, she sees it. As soon as she missed it, possibly even after moving this and before the opponent made a move, she just wouldn't show it immediately on her face, obviously. But imagine that you missed forced checkmate and it hits you. Can you picture that? You're sitting there where Alex is sitting. You've just realized what you missed, what you did. How would that make you feel? How would that make you feel? And what would be the odds of you going forward with the most objective, logical, reasoning mind and finding that no, you're still winning, everything is fine? How many of us would be able to stay calm and collected after having missed a huge checkmate? How many? It's really hard. It's not just about what's on the chessboard, and it's definitely not just about what the engine moves say. If we could all play like the engine, we would be the world champions. Eugene is going to the bathroom. I know it. Didn't happen as soon as I thought it would, but he's going to the bathroom because even though the checkmate was missed, and then she had it again. So to sum up what happened, she missed it here, and she knows she missed it. Then after that was missed, she already thought she missed it, and she didn't realize, she didn't think longer to realize that that move was still winning. That move was no longer a checkmate, but it was winning because takes, you take the rook, you already have 2 rooks for the queen, but you're gonna end up winning the queen. You still need to stop these pawns, so the game wouldn't have immediately ended. You still need to make sure that these don't queen. You need to bring your king closer, you need to make sure that the rook will be there to stop them. But this is a winning endgame. And she missed it. She missed it because she missed the previous one and she knows that she missed it. So sometimes the realization during a game that you made a big mistake or that you missed something huge can be worse than not knowing it. Because if she didn't realize it, maybe she would have thought more here and realized that that's a move. But she already possibly was just really angry and upset that she missed it and therefore thought that it's no longer working. Because now with the rook and queen on the second rank, it looks a lot more like it's not gonna make any sense. But it was winning. It was winning even a move later. She played rook to g2, the opponent played queen f4, and now she played rook 8 to g3. What a Chad move! The problem is, as much as of a Chad move it is, look at all her pieces so close to the white king. She's threatening checkmate in 1 with queen takes h2. The problem is, she looks sad because she knows that it's not forced. It's not a checkmate because the opponent will start giving checks. And then she needs to concede to a draw. She's gonna have to, unfortunately, go back and forth with her rook to cover the king up and accept the draw. She's gonna have to do that. Which is a pity. It is a pity. But it is a great learning lesson. That's true. That's true. And this tournament, honestly, has been not an easy one for Alex. She does feel rusty because she hasn't competed recently. But the fact that she has had so many great opportunities, even in yesterday's game against a much higher rated opponent, that shows that she's more than able, she's more than capable of upsetting higher rated opponents, beating stronger players. And she's gonna get there. She just needs perhaps a bit more practice. She wasn't fully ready with all her full power and ability. She's not ready to show her full skill set because she's rusty. It happens a lot to those of us who didn't play for a long time, and she's busy with all her with all the channel, the content creation for both on Twitch and YouTube, the poker tournaments as well. She's handling a lot. It's definitely one of those cases where she's gonna be disappointed that she missed that win, and she's disappointed that she missed the win yesterday. But I think she's a very smart lady. She's my biggest brain friend. I believe one of the biggest brain friends for sure. She's gonna take it as a learning opportunity, and it's a draw. It's a draw because they were gonna repeat moves, so the opponent offered a draw after this move, and it's what we said, it would be a back and forth. It's a draw. Eugene played really well, kudos to him. Unrated player, and he played really well even under time pressure. He only crumbled at the end of the time pressure. But honestly, he played very impressively. And Alex, kudos to Our Lady for fighting so hard in a tournament where she had her ups and downs and will feel like she had a lot of missed opportunities because she did. But it's a learning experience. It takes practice to get back to her abilities, to her full skill set, to be able to perform at her full ability. I think at her next tournament she will be even more ready. She's gonna get there. She will get there. Let's clap for Our Lady. Miss Alexandra Botez and Eugene too doing well, surviving the game against Alex. And I'm hoping that Alex can join us. I'm gonna need to, by the way, I realized when I went to the bathroom, I'm missing half of my lipstick from sneezing. Well, not sneezing, but just my nose. Blowing my nose. I need my brain cells reapplied because we're gonna check in with Dina's game, but also see if Alex can join us by any chance. Because she will definitely check on Dina's game. Yeah, now I have my brain cells applied. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna see checkmate in 30, not checkmate in 3 from here on. Yeah, let's switch to Dina and see after if Alex is joining us. Let me just check in the meet. I'm just asking Vila. Oh, she's already walking away. I think she's gonna talk to us. We are not switching to Dina yet because I think we're gonna have Alex joining us. Hopefully. Let me lower the music and see if we can talk to Alex. Yay for Miss Alexandra Botez taking us through the playing hall. Just don't unmute early. Sure. Thank you, Gerber. That's a good shout. I probably shouldn't be screaming in the middle of the playing hall.
Hello?
Alex, hello! Hello there! You can't see us, but we've been so rooting for you. And we saw your face when you realized that you had checkmate, that you missed it. And you realized that you missed it.
Oh my god, I feel terrible. And the problem is, I couldn't make myself care about this game because it was unrated.
Yeah.
And I was like, if I'm playing unrated, it doesn't matter for anything. Nothing is gonna change. But then, when I missed the blunder, I was like, I guess I actually do care.
Aww.
And then,
oh no! That must feel so bad.
I'm just so bad when there's no stakes. When I feel like it doesn't matter, I have such a hard time. But every game matters, and I should be treating it like training. So, yeah, it's a lesson. It's a lesson.
It certainly is, and we are really proud of you. I want you to know that over 20,000 people were watching and rooting for you to get through that time pressure situation and play the checkmate. And when we saw your face, it was such a heartbreak. And you know that you had Queen G2 even a move later, but by that time you realized that you missed it. So it was really hard to get out of that feeling that you already had missed your chance. But it was still working a move later, which is crazy. You know that position.
Wow.
So it's not checkmate anymore, but you're gonna win the two. Well, you're gonna give up your queen for the 2 rooks. If you remember, once he played Queen D2, and I think you played quickly Rook G2.
Yeah, I was so tilted. I was like, oh, it's probably still winning. It's just harder. But yeah, it was too. I mean, the problem is, yeah, I get tilted. I get tilted when I'm streaming, and I get tilted over the board, and it's a very big problem of mine, and I don't know. And I need to work on not being I need to become an untiltable woman for real.
But it's so hard to be untiltable. I was explaining it from my own experience too, how hard it is. That sometimes it's better to not know that you missed something, because at least you can continue thinking with a clear mind and not be under the emotions, the rage and the anger that you missed something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's honestly a good point. And I also thank you so much for doing commentary today. I really, really appreciate it.
It's the least. I wanted to be there. I wanted to go to Iceland like I was there a few years ago. I was talking about those stories a little bit on your channel. I hope that's okay. I even told everyone that you made me a protein shake, that you traveled with this big box of protein powder. And that was the first protein shake I ever had in my life. The checked-in luggage.
Oh man.
You're amazing, and I know how hard it is to go back to competitive chess when you have so much to handle with the channel, with Twitch and YouTube, the poker tournaments and content in general, and you want to get back to competitive chess, and you took it so seriously. The trainings with Hammer, preparing before the tournament, during the tournament, I know you gave it your all, but sometimes rustiness does this to us, that we miss in certain moments, like yesterday's game, that you really deserve to win. So you're gonna get there. Just keep going, and we're gonna be there for you at your next tournament too, because you've got this. You can show what you're capable of.
You're so good at pep talks, Anna.
It's the truth. I'm just spitting facts.
Literally the best pep talker in the world.
No, Hammer is. I love his positivity.
Hammer is rapidly improving at his pep talks. I'll leave it there. Yeah.
he was on the stream earlier. Actually, he called in to tell us about the preparation. Yeah, he's so supportive, and he told us all the intel on how he found his games and all that. That was like James Bond action to find games for your opponent.
Hammer has been a really incredible coach. Like, I'm very, very lucky to have been able to work with him, and at the very least, I have improved my openings a lot this tournament because I actually spent time looking at theory, and I think and now that I got over the initial hump of actually studying, which it always feels very hard to do, I think it'll help. Now I'm actually curious about the lines.
Aw, that is amazing. What does that mean for Miss Botez in the future? Will you stream more competitive chess in the near future, you think? Our trainings?
I mean, I can't let it end here. I need to play more classical. I have to get back over 2000 and I have to get there. So, yes, I just need to figure out which tournaments. I don't like this. I got kind of screwed in this tournament because I played 2 unrated. Yeah. And like it was just going up and down, so it's like I don't really have good chance for ELO. So I'm probably I don't know. I want to play a tournament where I can actually gain ELO.
Exactly. Let's go to a tournament where all you can do is win. But honestly, no. I know the feeling.
Like a section or something.
Yeah.
Like somewhere where it's like
a round robin.
1800 to 2200.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that would be nice.
A rating group or a round robin. Yeah.
And unrated. Yeah.
I was gonna say that too. That's like open tournaments have their pros and cons, but if it's everyone in the same group and no rating limit, it really means that sometimes you get the strong opponents with the black pieces, as you did for the majority of the tournament, and then you get the lower rated opponent with the white pieces. You lose against the stronger, you win against the lower, but it's always a bouncing back and forth, and you need, it's hard to break that because there's quite a big gap usually up and down, so it's hard to get out of that cycle. But I agree with you that if you play a tournament that's maybe for a certain like 1800 and above, or a round robin tournament, that could be better, so that you don't have this much of a gap up and down either.
Exactly. Well, Anna, chat, thank you guys so much for being here the entire tournament. I really appreciate it. I'll come chat with you guys also, since I only have one phone, so I can't chat and do video at the same time. But Anna, thank you again so much, and thanks everyone for supporting me throughout the tournament. You know, scraping off the rust.
So we are scraping it off together. I think you've come really far. Yesterday, you almost won that game. If you had a little bit more time, I think you would have won. And Hammer was saying for the previous game that you're playing too fast. Imagine. No, but it's hard because the position was so complex.
Yeah, no, I mean, my today was just not caring because it was unrated, to be honest.
It's very understandable that when
I found
it feels
out
like there's no stakes.
Yesterday, I lost, found out the stream died, and then got paired against an unrated. I was like, God damn it.
When it's raining, it's pouring sometimes, but...
Yeah, it is actually raining, but it is pretty...
Oh, we are very proud of you, Alex. Please know that 20,000 people are extremely proud of you, and more, because people are coming and going, and everyone is checking in on you on how you're doing, and I think they really want to see you compete again. So keep Botezlavia posted on your future plans in chess and poker and variety streaming.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, apparently it was too loud. I'm gonna move away.
Oh, sorry.
No, it was my fault. It's okay. I'm moving.
It must have been me.
No. I'm the one. I forget how much this opera hall echoes.
Oh, don't tell me. I was almost kicked out several times of the candidates tournament, and that was like I was 3 floors above the players, but it's such an older building. It was a historic building in Madrid where they played this year's candidates tournament. Well, I mean, last year's. What year is it? Yeah, at the beginning of the year, I mean. And they could hear it in the playing hall that I was streaming. I was IRL streaming from the building, but I was 2 or 3 floors above them. And the arbiter was running toward me like, Anna! Oh my God,
there's a little kid playpen. Ow.
That's such a cool spot. Oh my.
I'm dying. This game just killed me. I'm not even here anymore.
Looks amazing.
Kind of cool.
That looks like the place to go to when you need to let the anger out and go back to your balanced, harmonious self. You know, you blunder something and you go to this kids section. I love it.
I know. This is a fun section.
The Get Untilted room.
Yeah, well, I do have troubles with tilt, but you live and you learn, right?
Yeah, you live and you learn, and we are really proud of you. Keep going strong. Keep going very strong. You've got it. You've got
Thanks,
this.
everyone.
Alex, we love you. Everyone is sending their support in the chat. I wish you could see the chat, but if you check it
Well, that's
on
why
the
I'm gonna
VOD.
swap off and come into chat.
Yes, yes. Let's go. Let's do that. And I heard that Andrea is also coming on soon in a few minutes. We already talked to future Andrea with all her knowledge on Coinbase, which is always impressive to hear. And and she's gonna be here in a few minutes, I heard.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, chat. I'll come chat with you guys.
Thank you for the opportunity for letting me overtake your channel for today, and I can't wait to see you in person too. I miss you.
I miss you too. Bye, everyone. Thanks again.
Talk to you soon in the chat, Alex. See you.
Yeah, see you soon, Anna, and I'll see you guys in chat.
That was Miss Alexandra Botez, and now we have the other camera. We're gonna go back to Dina's game until... Actually, wait, do I have Dina's camera still? I have Andrea's photo and Dina's game. We can check in on Dina's game briefly before Andrea takes over. I'm gonna need to make sure that I have the right board too. I know that earlier I didn't switch to the right board. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to handle everything in terms of the tabs and the names, and I got very... lost in terms of which ones I switched and which ones I not. I'm trying to switch now to the name cards here as well for Dina. Dina playing with the black pieces, and we're gonna have Andrea taking over soon. Let me just double check when I need to let Andrea in and Anna out. I mean, hammer out. I should have showed this to Alex. Well, actually, she couldn't see it. I can show off still. Alex, what do you think of my overlay? This was my original overlay. I hope you like it. I hope you do. And I'm just gonna message Vila. The position for Dina not looking very promising. At least not according to the bar, but also position-wise, what you see is White has a very harmonious setup. More space thanks to this pawn first and foremost, and the activity of the pieces. If you compare especially the minor pieces, let's point out that this bishop on the long diagonal is a really active bishop, while Dina's light square bishop hasn't even developed yet, hasn't moved at all, and even if it were to be moved d7, it's still stuck behind the pawn. So that's a very passive piece. That's the biggest problem in Dina's position. This bishop is also on the original square, but it's not because it cannot move. It already was out on these squares. It could still be obviously going toward any of those directions. So that has mobility, that has future. This bishop doesn't quite have the same future. That's sad. And you can't easily solve this because if you push this pawn to let the bishop out, then this pawn is hanging. If you try to push here, that could lead to, well, she already made a move, but I'm just trying to show if she ever were to try to push here, that usually is not a good idea because she's opening up the d5 toward her queen. So it's tough for that bishop, and it's enough in chess, unfortunately, to have one bad piece, because that one bad piece is not playing. That one bad piece looks like she's almost down a piece. It's a virtual piece down. So it's hard, but she has pushed g5 to open up the king side. She's trying to get counterplay here, potentially even pushing h5, h4 later. So I'm hoping that she'll manage. Maybe get the queen over to the g file or move the bishop, then double rooks. I think she could. She could fight here with potential ideas on the king side. It's not easy. But the opponent too needs to play precise to not have any of these issues. Bishop d6, rook g8 perhaps is the most natural way for Dina to continue. And let me just get back to Vila. Andrea will be with us, but she might need about 20 or 25 minutes. So we have a bit more time to stay with Dina and root for Dina as well. Thank you so much to Miss Alexandra Botez for letting me take over and also joining us in the chat. This has been such an awesome experience for me to feel like I'm there. I really wanted to go. Just the circumstances this time weren't ideal, unfortunately, for me to be traveling yet, but I'm hoping to be able to travel more from the next months coming, and once I'm fully ready to go, and once Anna is no longer in crutches mode. Well, I don't have crutches anymore, but it's been a long recovery time, and I'm happy that I can already walk normal and do exercises normal. It's just been a lot of months of me not being able to do things properly. But I cannot wait to travel more, and I cannot wait to see Alex in person. I miss her. And this tournament reminded me how much I enjoyed hanging out with her in Iceland and in all the places we have been to together. She's amazing. Did you guys know I proposed to her? And did you guys know that she used to have a banner? Let me show you. I posted that on my Instagram. Let me show you the banner she used to have on Twitter. Just messaging Vila so that Andrea can take over later. But I'm gonna show you a secret. Can you keep a secret? Can you keep secrets? I need to know if I can trust you. Are you guys good at keeping secrets? Not really? Wait, what? I thought I can trust you. Guys, we have just been like bonding and having a good time. What do you mean I cannot trust you? Of course I can trust you. So, let me show you. Let me show you. I don't know if the camera will be too small for this, but this used to be Alex's Twitter banner. I'm very proud of it. Can you guys see it, or is it too small? That's not a Photoshop. That was on her Twitter in 2020, August, the 26th of August in 2020. It's mirrored? Oh, shoot. Let me unmirror myself. I forgot that my camera is mirrored. Is this mirrored now? Was it mirrored the whole time? Sorry. Now my hair looks completely different. This one. Can you see it? I don't know, maybe it's too small, but the tweet from past Alexandra Botez on August the 26th in 2020 was, I lost a bet to Anna Chess, but somehow won the best Twitter banner of all time. Anna Rudolph, #1 simp site, BotezLive. That's you guys! Alex and you! Right? Nah, we don't use that word anymore, but Alex can say it because we are besties, you know? We used to play sub battles every Sunday, and there was always something at stake. We would have to do dares, we would have to do certain things for if we lose the sub battle. And this was one of those occasions where my team prevailed, and she had to change. She had to change her Twitter banner. I also lost many of those sub battles and had done a lot of questionable things, like having to improvise a rap about Alex. I had to roast her in a rap song on air without any prep or singing or musical skills. That was great. No, it was terrible. But Alex also was always so supportive of me, even in terms of things like trash talking, because she used to tell me that I'm too nice and I cannot trash talk, which might be the case that I cannot trash talk still, but she was coaching me. She helped me a bit to be better at trash talking. Then I also did a lot of broadcasts with Gotham Chess, on the GM Hikaru channel for the Champions Tour. With Levi and I worked together for a long time, every month. And I think I learned a lot of trash talking from Levi too. So now the only person I usually trash talk is Gotham Chess. You get back what you give, right? Or you give what you get. That's what he gets. I learned to trash talk both from Alex and from Levi. But I would never ever want to trash talk Alex. That one time when I lost that sub battle and I had to trash talk her, I felt so bad. I didn't want to hurt her. Saying mean things is painful. I always think that we should give our best to everybody because that's what we want to get to, right? And we should be what we want to see in the world. So if you want people to be kind to you and respectful to you, then that's what you should give too. But trash talking for fun is okay. Trash talking for fun is okay. And trash talking Gotham Chess? Even more justified, isn't it? Even more justified. So yeah, I learned a lot. Long story short. Dina, let's see where we are at. Bishop to e4. Oh gosh, no allergies, please. Oh, bishop to e4. I wonder why was my camera mirrored. I look like a different person now. This is unmirrored, Anna. Oh, I think I mirrored it for a game. I usually, whenever I do gaming streams, I would mirror the camera depending on where the camera is and to look toward the game. But yeah, I forgot it was mirrored. This is the current position. So only one move has been played by Dina's opponent, bishop to e4. A subtle reminder that this queen-bishop battery could be a strong one, especially once the horsey jumps. The knight could jump to f4, for instance, opening up the queen's diagonal and attacking the h7 pawn. I don't think Dina will be scared. I think she'll continue with her plan, bishop to d6, and try to bring the rook here. Because it's not that difficult of a task to guard that pawn. Let's say this knight moves. First of all, I don't think it will move here, because then we could even take it or push e5. Yeah, maybe this could be like the perfect moment, the perfect scenario to finally open up the diagonal of this bishop. You push, you attack the knight, you chase it away, and then maybe it's Dina who's playing for a win. Imagine this bishop gets out. Something like this. That would be incredible. We're getting there. We're getting there. So the opponent can make a mistake too, and that would be just a slight inaccuracy. It's not even a blunder or anything, but if she gets the right moment to push e5, that would be amazing for this bishop, which for now is a really, really unhappy piece. Let's see what is it the opponent would do. So not moving the knight is probably what he should do. Maybe what he would do... Oh, I see. I don't think he wants to move the knight. In fact, I think this knight needs to stay here to be controlling these key squares. I think he moved the bishop because that also vacates the g2 square for the king. And then, let's say bishop to d6, king to g2, and the rook can swing over to the h file to attack the h7 pawn. That looks a lot scarier. Now, if the rook comes as well to the h file, then the knight moves, then queen, bishop battery toward h7, rook on h1. The rook could be doubled on the h file as well. So whose king is weaker? Who's gonna struggle more? It's not obvious, is it? Did Alex lose? No, she drew. She had a winning position though. And unfortunately, it's one of those cases when she saw it, but she saw it once she played her move. Rook to h5 here. Yeah, you could place the rook there. The only thing that we don't have a backup, so it's possible that white would still bring the rook here and would be fine trading, because we don't have a backup with these. It would still be a slight issue. Not like an impossible to solve issue. We can push the f-pawn if we have to. But remember that every move has its pros and cons, every move has its consequences, especially pawn pushes that you can never retreat, so this pawn can never ever take care of the control of the e5 and g5 squares. Now what matters more is e5. It's harder to push this pawn. The knight could jump here if we move away with the bishop at any point. I know this is a terrible move, so it's not gonna happen, but if at any point if our bishop is needed elsewhere and this knight jumps here, that would be horrible. That would be way too strong of a piece. Let's see what Dina does. I don't think she will play rook h5. I think she wants to keep this g5 pressure. Maybe she will... What if she comes here? Rook h1. Then here. Is that too slow? Oh, but this rook might end up having not many squares if it's something like this. Yeah, it would get trapped nearly, and also this. Things can get very hard after knight f4 and have to guard this further. And if she then brings the queen here, this is... Oh gosh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait for it. Ouch! Okay, there's a lot of tactics. This is not a forced variation. She doesn't need to fall into this, but it just shows how dangerous her position is. Like, she can get into trouble right now. Yeah, let's see what she moved. Let me update. Bishop d6 is where I saw it. Where's the next move? Okay, she played bishop d6, right? Yeah, sorry, so we are still here. We are waiting on king g2. Wait, wasn't that played? Oh, I analyzed king g2. She played bishop d6 and he didn't play yet this move, but I think it's pretty predictable, king to g2. Thanks for everything, Gerber! And to all the mods of BotezLive, thank you so much for the amazing work, and the community as well, always and forever. Oh, what have you got, Dina? More coffee? Let's see, what does she have there? Tea? Food? I wanna know, and I'm getting hungry too. What does she have? Dina. Sharing is caring. I don't think she can hear us. It's coffee? Oh, she just put more sugar in it? Maybe. That could be it. Oh yeah, now we can see it. Thank you. She heard us. She knows that we wanted to look into the cup. She knows. She knows. The magic GM beating dust is what she put into the cup. Yes. It's got to be that. I need more of it. I only have lipstick. I promise you guys a story. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to know why sometimes there are references that connect me, lipstick, and engine, the 3 words, in one sentence? Do you know why? How many of you know? It was a famous story, but it's not a new story. It happened at the beginning of the year 2008. Long time ago. The tournament itself I played, end of 2010, sorry, not 2010, end of 2007, I played the best tournament of my life in France, in Wondeuve. I was winning the tournament. With 1 round to go, I was leading, and I just needed a draw in the last round, ahead of Grandmasters, to win an open tournament. It wasn't as big of a tournament as the Reykjavik Open, but there were a lot of Grandmasters and International Masters higher rated than me. I beat the #1 fielded Grandmaster, Christian Bauer from France, from the Olympic team of France. I beat him in the 2nd round of the tournament, and then I kept winning game after game. I made a few draws in between, and then I won again, and then draw. I was unbeaten and leading the tournament ahead of Grandmasters with half a point of advantage. With 1 round to go, when before the last round, the arbiter came to me and said, Anna, well, maybe, sorry, I'm gonna rephrase because it was a long time ago, so I might not be quoting word by word, but the point was that he said, Anna, I'm sorry, we don't think this is true, but there are some players who think that you might be using some kind of a help to be playing the way you're playing. We don't think this accusation has any foot or any bearing, but to calm those players down, we need to scan your items, check your bag. They in fact took away my handbag, and in particular they were very curious about one item, because the 3 players that accused me of cheating said, now I know, that I had a microchip in my lip balm, and that was connected with wireless connection to my backpack. And every time I would open the tin of my lip balm, because back then I didn't have lipstick, but it was lip balm, I've upgraded since. The lip balm would be like the size of this mirror, like a little tin, and it had a lid that you would open. And they said that every time I open the lid of my lip balm, I would see inside the lip balm the move I need to play. And that's how I was beating the #1 seed of the player, Super Grandmaster Christian Bauer, and that's how I was leading the tournament with 1 round to go. Now, in hindsight, I think that's an incredible story. Like, dude, you need to make that a Hollywood movie. I would watch it. But when you are told in real life, right before your final, all-decisive game, that some people think you're a cheater, that hurt a lot. And when speaking of like how Alex must have felt when she knew that she missed that checkmate and then you can't think clear, imagine how clear can you think when right before the final game of a tournament that's the best tournament of your life, people question your credibility and people question whether you actually are that strong of a player. And in front of everybody, they confiscate your bag, they check your items, and when your opponent arrives, he doesn't shake hands with you. I was reaching out my arm, I was trying to shake his hand because that's how you start a chess game, right? You need to shake hands. When he arrived, I was trying to shake his hand because some people do it as greeting too, but he didn't even look at me. And then when the arbiter said to start the clocks, I reached out my arm again and tried to shake his hand. And he just shook his hand and he said, you don't play fair. And I said, I don't play fair? Because when the arbiter said that some people think that I might be cheating, I didn't know who was it. I didn't know who accused me. But right there in this final game that I need a draw from, so I need a draw or a win. I just should not lose the game, but I haven't lost a single game in that tournament. Or wait, did I lose one or... Yeah, maybe sorry, I lost one, but then I bounced back. I don't remember now, sorry, it was long ago. But the fact is, I'm leading the tournament. I just need a draw or a win, and I'm the champion. And then right there, on the spot, after being searched and confiscated and told that I could be cheating, it becomes clear that the person that accused me is sitting right in front of me, and he's my opponent for the final game. Well, he was one of them. It was a group of 3 people that came up with this brilliant idea that I have an engine in my lip balm. There were like so many crazy stories afterwards that they were making up theories about which engine is in my lip balm, that they were thinking that, no, first they thought that it was Fritz, and then they thought it was Stockfish or Ripka, and like trying to even like figure out which engine is inside the microchip. So yeah, needless to say, I couldn't play that game with the best of my ability. I was trying really hard. My opponent, every time I tried to stand up from the board, tried to make a move quickly so that I couldn't go to the bathroom. I guess he was still afraid that if I have a chance to stand up, I'm gonna consult my engine lip balm and know how to play chess suddenly. So he was trying to not make me leave the board. And we kept playing. We got to a middle game that was equal. Neither of us was winning or losing, but I wanted to win because I was really angry that someone could even just come up with this crazy idea, or the thought, let alone the thought that I could cheat at anything. Like, not a single board game or card game or anything in life. I've never wanted to cheat or think that anyone should even consider, you know, like, it's just like when you think that, how on earth do they think that I cheat? But I'm so angry that he thinks it, because it's like he's taking away everything that I have made at that tournament. He's taking away the validity of the best tournament of my life. And with no proof. Yeah, that's the problem. But yeah, I was not playing objective. I just wanted to prove him wrong and win the game. But as I told you guys, if you are not there with a balanced, objective mindset, you cannot play the best chess of your life. So I obviously wasn't in the right mindset. I ended up making a mistake and I ended up losing the game. When I lost the game, I ran out of the playing hall crying. I didn't cry because I lost. I cried because I thought it was really unfair that people can just go and accuse you when you play the best tournament of your life. So that if you are playing too well, it's apparently already a good reason for some people, those 3 people at least, to think that it's impossible, to think that you're not capable, to think that you could only achieve that kind of strength with exterior help. The positive of the story. The positive of the story is that even though that felt horrible, at the closing ceremony, I didn't win the tournament, so I wasn't called for the main trophy. But when they called my name for the best female prize or whatever I got, it was obviously not as big as winning the tournament, but when I went for my prize, I got the biggest applause, because by that time all the other players, or most of them, figured out what happened to me, and everyone supported me at the tournament, including the grandmaster that I beat. He was the first person to also give interviews. This became later a big media news, by the way. It was in the New York Times, New York Post. I saw a cartoon drawn about this in Denmark, a blog in Australia, Indonesia, you name it. The story was so crazy that it made it to like mass media. But it was just amazing to feel the support of people, and that the one person that could have been the most upset about losing to me, he was the first one to stand by my side and defend me. And that's how true grandmasters think and behave, and true chess players, regardless of your rating or your level, that you stand up for the truth and you speak the truth and you behave accordingly, instead of coming up with all sorts of theories. Now, that's not my evaluation on the Magnus Hans situation. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I just know how it feels when you are in a place where you're doing your best, you're playing the best tournament of your life, and there's 3 people that cannot believe that that would be possible without cheating. I know that side of the coin. Anyway, I think Andre is coming to join. Sorry that that story went on too long, and I do get emotional, because even though it happened over like, what, 15 years ago, it was very painful. It hurt me a lot. As positive as it was after, and as much as now I always meme about it, you know, the lipstick engine and such, but to recall how I felt, that still hurts. That does. So just be mindful. If at any point you think your opponent is cheating, just be mindful that sometimes there's cheating cases, but cheating paranoia and accusing innocent people is also just as harmful. You need to be very sure if you think your opponent is cheating, and use chess.com's system to report people. Don't be the one that goes after others with comments or such in chat, because sometimes you don't know. And without proof, without evidence, you might just end up hurting someone. Anyway, I need to let Andrea take over. Just messaging Vila. Task manager. How do I do that? I need to hand over the stream to Andrea. Let me ask for the proper instructions. In the meantime, please know, you guys are amazing. thank you so much for being an amazing audience today. I know that it wasn't always technically perfect. I forget to switch the board. I click here and there all the time. I misclick. I tried my best. I hope it shows. I love you guys. You honestly are such an amazing community. Andrea and Alex have an incredible support community that, as I said, you support them, whether it's chess, poker, boxing, variety, IRL, you're always there for them, and that is freaking amazing. So I cannot thank you guys enough for being such an awesome, such a wholesome, such a cool community. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think I'm gonna be switching over to Andrea, but let me see how I do this. You need to end task for OBS whenever you are ready. So don't close OBS normally. Do it in Task Manager. Let me double check with Vila. I know how to switch. Andrea, not just from the future, but present day Andrea will be here. Speaking of Andrea, do you guys want to hear her one more time from the future too? One more time. Thank you, Andrea. She'll be taking over now. The real present day Andrea as well.
I have time traveled to send you a very important message. And that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Presented by Coinbase. And you guys have been an incredible audience. Thank you so much for following the coverage of Alex on this channel for the past many days from the Reykjavik Open, Iceland. Dina is still playing. Make sure to root for her. Make sure to root for Anna Crumling as well, and all the other streamers that you follow. I'll see you guys on the other end of Twitch. I have my own channel too. If you want to check it out, it's Anna_cheese. Not this one, but the other overlay. And I shall hand over the stream now to Miss Andrea Botez. Have an amazing week, everyone. And again, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. See you soon. See you all soon. Again. Somewhere, sometime, in the near future. Now do I know how to switch? End task.
Alright. Think we're live. Testing. Hello, chat. A good morning, everybody. Let me pop out my chat real quick. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I look abused. I swear I was gonna wear a sweat. Wait. Oh my god, it's the same glitch. It's the same glitch. It's the same glitch. No, it's not muted, look. It's on your... It's the same glitch.
I guess hand streaming just started.
So it's a Twitch glitch?
I mean, we'll find out when your end streaming just started.
I'll be back!